in the court now where time stood still. Generations pass on the hill, prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption's been tight as a vice. In this endless trial we pay the price.
Good morning, folks. Good afternoon. Good evening. From, I don't know, depending on where you are in the world. Hello. I heard yesterday was interesting. And as you know, I didn't stream yesterday. I caught glimpses of it. I've heard some things, but I didn't actually see it. So today is a recap, full recap, no skipping. Well, I'm skipping through breaks and sidebars. Every time the camera goes to the seal? No, not the sea creature, the thing on the wall. Yeah. And yesterday, Katt Williams forced me to include the Wheel of Regrets today. Now, what is the Wheel of Regrets, you might ask? Well, this is the Wheel of Regrets, which means that for every, I don't know, let's say for every, I have to count here, for every 25 gifted memberships or the equivalent in Super Chats or via PayPal, I will spin the wheel. And then it would look something like this. Dun, 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 dun. And I will do that. So, in the midst of everything, a bit of entertainment with it. It is whiskey, sour shot, vodka, tequila. Yeah, so a mix of everything to make it more entertaining, and then we will see how long I can last. And I saw that Katt Williams gifted 5 memberships, so we are off on a good start. We are off on a good start. So let me just set the banner up. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. And as always, we have the honorary Viking of today will be the highest super chat of the day. Will be at the end of this stream, an honorary Viking. So, all right, but we are not actually here for the Wheel of Regrets. We are here for the young Thug RICO trial. And here it is with closed captions and a bit of booster on. And let's go.
Yes, so we've got Suri Chada here for Mr. Nichols today. That's C-H-A-D-A, is that right? S-U-R-I?
C-H-A-D-H-A.
Sorry.
N-E-Z.
Okay, good. Anybody else?
Do that again. The full name is Surinder Chada Jimenez. That's S-U-R-I-N-D-E-R. C-H-A-D-H-A-J-I-M-E-N-E-Z. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. There was a motion for reconsideration filed by the state yesterday afternoon. Could the defense file whatever response they want to file before Monday at 8?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
I could do that, or we can just argue it now. I think the state's cases and facts are not lined up with the reality of what happened in our case, and I don't believe that. I think it's specious. So I don't think, if you want, I can respond in writing, but I don't believe that the state's motion in any way should affect our time in this case, and we should move forward. And that's my position. I put it in writing, but.
All right.
Yeah. I actually haven't read the state's motion or return motion or motion to reconsider. And well, she can always, all right, I reconsidered, I declare a mistrial instead. First of all, Katt Williams, I already thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Then Firebear became a member. Thank you. And Steve Keat gifted 5 memberships, which brings us up to 11 memberships, and almost halfway to the first spin of the Wheel of Regrets. And yeah, thank you. If you were gifted a membership, give thanks to Steve Keat and to Katt Williams and to Firebear. Thank you for becoming a member. And if anybody else is contemplating, it's $3 a month. And for it, you will get access to all members-only perks, as in your own emojis on YouTube, and access to all my members-only content on my channel. And it is well over 100 hours of members-only content on there. And Discord, only for members. The link is in the community section on my YouTube. Ayo. All right. Let's continue.
Well, what I'd like is if there are any post new evidence code cases with similar facts to ours. So I'd rather have something in writing if y'all don't.
Okay, so the judge wants something in writing, which is called covering your behind, because she doesn't want this to be something that comes back to haunt her. And yeah, so sure, but I do believe the case law is well in her favor. And I heard that the uniqueness and particularities of Detective Dennis might not have been as unique as the prosecution claims, because they found an exact replica of his skills. Well, in my opinion, it's not hard. Just find the local moron and give him instruction, and boom, you have a new gang expert.
Mind.
I will, but there's a ton of
All right.
cases.
Well, you don't have to give me everyone. Just.
So the state is wrong.
Okay, I don't want to argue it right now. I want a written response. All right, appreciate it.
Your Honor, May
Yes.
we approach about another matter?
Yes. So, hello, Mr. Armstrong. I suspect that's why you're here, but can you come back on Monday instead?
Absolutely, Judge.
Thank you. It seems to be going in and out.
All right. And this break took a while. It took a good while. It took a darn good while. Jesus Christ. Well, first of all, it brings our sidebar counter to 305. 305 sidebars. This is an hour long. Yeah. Skip ahead.
All right. So, for this morning's,
With the picker wheel or the wheel of regrets, it is almost 6 p.m. where I am. So this is technically not daytime drinking. It's me daytime drinking for American time zone, but it's actually late afternoon here. Just putting it out there.
representation of,
Hello,
is-
Gwendolyn.
I'm on. Mr. Nichols, we have Miss Foster and Miss Anderson. Thank you. All right. And somebody said there was something they wanted to put on the record before we started.
Yeah, the mister with the very long name, according to of what I've seen, you all correct me if I'm wrong, but he had a conflict, apparently, so they had to find other people. So that was the timing of it all.
Yes, Your Honor. So, in one of, and it's not being published today, but I had very fruitful conversations with Mr. Atkins and Mr. Abate. There is, in one of my clients' phone calls, there is a comment where he says, I just went to court and they let everything out. F him, in the context, it's D, Woody, and the other D. In that context, he just came back from a prelim. So to someone that's not a lawyer that practices in Fulton County, you would get the impression that Woody and D and the other D let everything out in court, when I think it's pretty clear he's referring to the detectives the detective that testified at the prelim.
Okay.
So we're going to work on a stipulation that lets the jury know that a detective testified at a prelim on that date to add context to that that statement, if it makes sense. Because otherwise, I would have a 403 misleading objection.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we get the jury in? All right. Let's get the jury in, and y'all can go ahead and be having your next witness make their way in.
I can have a tea time toddy. Other than that, it is all. Moving me outside, and yeah, I'd rather be inside. Mr. Ingalls just went outside. This is good weather for that guy.
Yeah.
I have no idea who the first witness is. I know there's a new gang expert today or yesterday on Friday, but the others, no idea.
I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead.
Mr. Sprinkle. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't know he returned, and it was. I heard about the cross-examination. Both cross-examinations today on Mr. Sprinkle was good to amazing. But let's listen to him.
Mr. Body.
Mr. Sprinkle and Mr. Abat tie. Yeah, that's the Spider-Man meme in one picture right here. Two people who think very highly of themselves, who might not be as excellent as they consider themselves.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you. Can you tell the jurors, I know you have previously testified, and I know you spoke briefly about the fact that you had reviewed.
Excuse me, Mr. Abadi, I'm sorry. Could you use the mic?
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
And if you want to move around, that's fine. There's a lapel mic somewhere if you'd prefer to use that, or you can hold one of those mics.
I hate the sound of my own voice, so the lapel mic really bothers me.
Okay.
So,
No, you do not.
Mr. Sprinkle, so you talked a little bit about the fact last time that you had, I guess, reviewed and gone through some jail calls as it related to the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas. You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so I want to kind of start there and follow up a little bit about how you do that and what system you use.
Okay.
So could you tell me a little bit about the system that you utilize or are able to use in order to preview or listen to jail calls?
Well, in this case, the system would have been Securus. Securus is a private corporation based out of Dallas, Texas. At the time, at the time that's right.
Of course, I was muted. Yeah, I was muted. I said, hello, Mr. Jingles. He just came in from outdoors, and he's very cuddly. What did you do? What did you catch today, Mr. Jingles? Did you catch a lot of rodents? Wow, what a good kitty. Hmm? All right. Sorry for the muting. And now let's continue with the testimony of Bud Light Spider-Man here.
Relevant here, they maintained the phones and the tablets that were issued to inmates, with which the inmates were able to place phone calls. And now it's another company, but that's not relevant for our purposes. At the time, the short answer to your question is it was Securus was the system.
Okay, and were you trained in using the secure system? And is it something that you use regularly as a part of your job roles and responsibilities?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when a call is made from the jail, is that call or is every call that's not to a privileged or is not a privileged conversation recorded?
Yes, it's an automated system, or it was, and well, it still is, but it's computers essentially automatically record the phone calls, their voice over IP phone calls. So barring some sort of malfunction in the system, of which I've not seen with the secure call platform, all calls are automatically recorded. There's no human input needed to ensure the call is recorded. It's a computer program.
And can you tell the jurors when a call, I guess when an inmate at the Fulton County Jail is making a phone call, can you tell the jurors a little bit about the recording that plays before the call is connected?
Well, over time, the recording has changed a little bit, but one thing that is consistent is that the recording, it's an automated recording, and both parties to the conversation are advised that the conversation is may be monitored, and will definitely be recorded.
And can you tell the jurors
Are Sprinkles and Abatai twins or brothers? I think they're clones. Hey, Katt! Hey, Katt! I just told everybody here how you are forcing me today to use the Wheel of Regrets. And I also remembered, which I forgot to add to the Wheel of Regrets, the moonshine that I bought from the United States. So that is now added to the Wheel of Regrets, which is a spin for every 25 gifted memberships added, you yourself becoming a member, or the equivalent in super chats or PayPal. I have no idea what that number is. I think it's $75 because it's $3 per $3 a month for members to become a member. 25 of those, yeah, something like that.
I guess each call, made by an inmate, are they stored then after the call is completed?
They're digital recordings. They're stored on a server.
And is that by the company that you've referred to as Securus, at least back in 2015 and 17 and 18?
Yeah, it's a server that Securus either owns or leases. It's some sort of server that was for Securus's use.
And based on your training, knowledge, and experience with Securus, are those calls then stored in the regular course of business?
They are.
And can you tell the jurors?
Are they twins or brothers or clones? Let's ask the audience. Girl and bad twins, brothers or clones? Twins, brothers, clones. Dun, dun, dun. There, a poll in the chat. So you guys decide. Thank you, Hangman 420, but I will not add that option.
How members of the district attorney's office or law enforcement have access to the recorded jail calls by different inmates?
It's a website, commandcenter.securustech.net to be exact. And I have a login and password. It's a derivative of my first name and my first initial and last name. And on logging in, there's a array of things from which I can choose. And one of them is just a search form where I input various values like phone number, date range, inmate name, inmate account number, etc. And based on those values that I enter into the search form, I can look for the jail calls that look for certain jail calls that meet those criteria.
Okay. And the login that you just described, is that unique to just you as the user?
Yes.
And when you are, in order to log in with your login, you have to, I guess, use a password.
I do.
And once you are able to log into the secure system, can you tell the jurors, I know you referenced searching for calls, and we'll get to there in a second, but if there's a call that you listen to and is of interest to you, are you able to then download that call?
Yes, I may.
And can you tell the jurors how, I guess, you are able to download calls that you intercept or that you listen to that are of interest to whatever you're working or investigating?
There's a variety of ways, but as I testified previously, they're just digital calls. They're either in MP3 format or WAV format, and I just ask the web-based software or the web-based platform to essentially compile the calls that I've selected for me, and I select a button to download them. And generally, there's multiple ways to do it, but the most common that I utilized with Securus was I would designate the calls I desire to download, essentially hit download, and then I'd get an email and then with a link that I would then download the calls and in what was an ISO format, which is essentially a zip file. And that would be how I would preserve the calls and place them in the case file.
And can you tell the jurors with the ISO format that you just described, can that format be altered or I guess changed in any way by you?
Well, no, not the ISO that I download from Securus. I'm not sure. There probably would be a way that somebody, if they wanted to be nefarious, would be able to unpack the contents of the ISO and then repack them. But I mean, I didn't do that in this case.
Okay. And can you explain a little bit to the jurors how an inmate who is in the Fulton County Jail is able to utilize the secure system and make jail phone calls?
They enter in their account number followed by a PIN, and then they put the phone number. And
They have had dozens, if not over 100 jail calls played for the jury. And now they are telling the jury how it works. Now, almost 11 months into this trial, now they explain how jail call is being stored. In all honesty, I don't think that is necessary information.
not sure if it's in this exact order, but they, in order to place the call, they enter in their account number, then a PIN, unless they're in the booking area or the lobby area, and that's essentially it. They enter in some numeric credentials.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about searching for calls. Can you explain to the jurors the different ways in which you search for calls that you're looking that it could be relevant to your investigation?
Sure. I search either by phone numbers, if there's phone numbers that I desire to find calls on, and oftentimes I'll do that if if I think that there's multiple people that are calling a certain number. I think that there's a certain phone number that that certain inmate may be utilizing another person's credentials to call. Then I'll search.
No, I have never seen this many witnesses testifying and being recalled multiple times in a trial. I have seen lead detectives being called in the case in chief and then as a rebuttal. That is quite common, but recalling them over and over and over again, no. And this is a one-off. Most stuff in this trial is a one-off because it's, in my opinion, it is an absolutely horrible way to do it, to try a case.
By phone number only. I can also search by the inmate's account. So all calls placed from the inmate's account. And those are the two primary ways. There's also ways that you can search on all calls from a certain area of the jail. Like if I wanted to pull all calls from the booking area during a certain date and time, I could do that as well. But for the most part, on doing searches, I guess I'll speak in the past tense since Securus is no longer the system that is utilized by the Fulton County Jail. I would just run phone searches by either the inmate's account or phone number.
Okay. If you'll do us a favor, I think Madam Court Reporter's fingers are going to break. So could you just slow down just a little bit when you're talking?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell, I know you explained to the jurors when you testified previously about a number that you located after you reviewed call detail records. It was a number that you found in common with all those records. Do you remember talking about that?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember telling the jurors that the number through your investigation and through... I'm just trying to set.
I'm going to give him a little leeway on that.
Do you remember that you testified that through your investigation and after receiving the call detail records, that phone number belonged to Mr. Bradford?
I do.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how you utilized that phone number that you found in common as it relates to the jail calls and the jail phone call system?
Well, so as I started to review the case, I found that the phone number 404-957-8008 could be found as a contacted number or a number that was contacted. It appeared in the phone logs of the records for Darius Zachary, Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Kelvin Treadwell during the relevant time frame that I was looking at. And so if on seeing that, common sense dictates this is whoever has this number, somebody that those four people know, or those handsets that contacted that number were nevertheless in the hands of somebody that knew that person. It was a number of interest, basically. So I ran 404-957-8008 through the Fulton County Jail call system to find any calls that were placed by anyone at the Fulton County Jail, anybody who was incarcerated at the Fulton.
And when you did that, did you locate any calls that were relevant or of interest to your work on this case involving the death of Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the PIN that you located as it relates to these calls? Who was the inmate in which the PIN was assigned to?
Are you asking me which inmate placed the calls?
Yes, which PIN number? Yes, which inmate who is, I guess, attached to the PIN placed the calls?
It was Martinez Arnold.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how many calls did you download any calls as it relates to inmate Martinez Arnold's PIN number?
Yes.
And how many?
I don't recall how many.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were there any, I guess, how many specific calls did you listen to and that you determined were relevant as it relates to your investigation?
There to 404-957-8008.
Yes.
Christian Vasquez, sorry. He talks so slow. Speed it out and get on with it. And folks, I'm playing this in 1.25 speed. So they are even slower in real life.
Well, there were two that were particularly relevant, two that were particularly relevant, and then there was a third that was also relevant. But there were two that particularly piqued my interest.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors the two calls that you located that were relevant to what you were investigating? What dates were those calls placed?
January 10th, 2015.
And what times? What time were both of those calls placed?
They're within an hour following the homicide.
Okay, and after finding those calls and listening to those calls, did you download them as you described earlier here before the jury?
I did.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, as you continue to investigate this case, did you search, I guess, for any other calls related to Mr. Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, were you able to locate calls in which Mr. Jackson's PIN number was being used to place calls?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how many calls, if you can recall, did you listen to and download as it relates to your investigation?
Well, as far as the number of calls I downloaded, it was over 700. As far as the number of calls I listened to, that I don't recall. I don't remember.
And can you tell the jurors when you download a large number of calls, like you just described, 700, explain to the jurors how you kind of narrow your search as it relates to such a large number of phone calls?
Well, there's a number of things that I do. For one thing that I do is I try to anticipate when someone may say something that would be relevant to me. If it's the call was placed at around the time of an event that would yield a relevant topic, such as, for example, calls made right after the arrest in the booking area, calls made right after a hearing where the case was discussed necessarily, that I would anticipate that perhaps the inmate would just like to discuss what happened that day with whomever they called. I also look for calls to numbers that aren't contacted very often, thinking that perhaps that indicates there's been some sort of, that this is, if it's somebody that's not called very often, then the discussion may not be as mundane as it would be with someone that they speak to 5 times a day. And that's pretty much it.
And you, when you talk about hearings or things of that nature, is a prelim, for example, a type of hearing that you would use as a date for potential calls of interest?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you utilized in this case as it relates to phone calls that Mr. Jackson made?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors very briefly, at a prelim, is that a type of hearing in which the detective, typically the lead detective, is the only person who testifies about the facts and circumstances of the case during that hearing?
Generally, yes. It's hearsay is permitted, so generally that's the only witness that would testify at a preliminary hearing, rather.
In your experience, as it relates to phone calls that you pull after the date of a prelim, is it common for you to find calls in which the inmate is describing what happened during the prelim and the facts and circumstances that the detective may have testified about?
Yes, it's very.
And is that something that occurred here, in this case, as it relates to Mr. Jackson, after you pulled calls on November 19th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specifically, did you also pull calls that relates to Mr. Kendrick?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you utilize the same procedures you kind of just described to the jury when talking about the calls that you pulled and reviewed for Mr. Jackson?
I did.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit. Sure. 590Y. Yes. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And Mr. Sprinkle, do you recognize the exhibit 590Y?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize 590Y?
Was my handwriting on the disc. I created yesterday. It's a selection of jail calls that I downloaded and listened to, and I put them on this disc so that they would be in tangible form for purposes of creating an exhibit.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors the jail calls that you've described that are on that disc? Are those the jail calls that you have talked about today as it relates to Mr. Arnold, Mr. Jackson, and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes,
And you said you created the disc?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, are the calls a fair and accurate depiction of the phone calls you listened to that you've described before this jury here today?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as.
Well, I just have to. I just got a notice of a case here in Sweden. If you ever wonder about the hysteria about dope or about cannabis here in Sweden, a few days ago, the son in a family brought home cookies, it said in the complaint. And when the mother of the family came home, the rest of the family has ate from that cookie, and they were laying around almost lifeless. So they were brought to the intensive care in to the local hospital. Now the testing has been done with these cookies, and it was brownies, those kind of brownies. They were high. None of the eaters of these brownies were toddlers or anything. Everybody was teenagers or older. But the son in the family is now charged with poisoning his family, causing severe damage. I mean, it is so stupid. Unless he actually more or less had cookie dough, a 50-50 blend or something. Yeah, welcome to Sweden, where the cannabis hysteria is still alive and well. And if you ever wonder, should I go to Sweden and smoke pot? No. Don't, because in Sweden, 0.5 gram of cannabis is considered with the intent to sell, which is an obligatory 6 months in prison. Yeah, don't go here for that reason. Let's
State
continue.
exhibit 590Y into evidence.
Your Honor, just reasserting the prior objections that were made, I guess, a week or two
Understood.
ago. Thank you.
Those are admitted. Any objections are preserved.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
Just for the court's edification, counsel, and the jury. I'm not going to play all the calls today, just a very small selection.
Oh, hooray, J calls. Yeah, how much I don't want to say that.
For the record, for counsel, the court, and for the jury, this is a call that took place on November 19th, 2015, as it relates to Mr. Shannon Jackson.
In some parts of the world, 0.5 gram is barely a blunt. In Sweden, it is considered within, the amount is considered so high that it is with the intent to sell. The rest of the world is
You may start the
going towards decriminalization or completely legalize. Sweden goes in the opposite direction.
conversation now.
Hello. When I was crying, the tears was on the screen. He kept pushing phone, so I hung up right there. I don't know, Carl.
UOP, NARD.
Or anybody heard anything?
Now, Mr. Sprigg, I just want to ask you a couple questions about that call. As it relates to your investigation, was someone with a nickname Little Woody?
Unless you know something really interesting is said there, please say so. Otherwise, none of it is actually interesting for me, because the lawyers will talk about it.
Someone you investigated and was a part of this case?
Yes.
And did you hear his name during that call?
Yes.
And did you also hear Mr. Jackson reference doo-wop, nard, and yak?
I did. I heard that part. Yeah.
And were those individuals that you also, through your investigation, I guess, were familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors the nickname Little Woody? Who do you know that nickname to belong to?
Kenneth Copeland.
Okay. And when you received the case file from the Atlanta Police Department, were there a number of recorded statements or interviews inside the file?
There was.
And when you received it, and as you continued to work on the case, did you review those statements?
I did.
And did you receive a statement as it relates to Kenneth Copeland from June 10th of 2015?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you review it in its full?
I did.
Okay. Now, during that statement, does Mr. Copeland provide his phone number as well as the phone number for his girlfriend?
I believe so, yes.
And can you tell the jurors what is Mr. Copeland's girlfriend's name?
Deshawn Quarterman.
Okay. And after receiving through the interview as well as other means through your investigation,
I am still amazed they are trying to make Woody's jail calls and interviews credible for the state. I think that is such a lost cause. It's simply bad. It's just so bad. But what is good is that Mahadi de Jesus gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And that gets us to 12 new members today. Ayo! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Tracy Moore got it, and now she and everybody else who was gifted today is getting access to all my members-only content, which includes, but is not limited to, Suno songs that have never been published to the general population, for instance. All right. Let's move on. Let's continue with Bud Light Spider-Man meeting here.
did you request the phone records and receive them for Kenneth Copeland?
Well, by request, I didn't order his phone records. Someone with the Atlanta Police Department did, but I did review them.
Okay. And is it something that you reviewed as a part of this case?
Yes.
And this was previously admitted to evidence at the State's Exhibit 533YA. See that?
And here comes Iron Rabbit, gifted 5 more. Yay! That brings us to 18 new members today. Oh, no, crap. I was going to edit the banner, not delete it. Why doesn't it show up with it? Are you sure you want to delete this? How many are there actually? I need to count. 5, 10, 17. 17? 17. 17 new members today. Dun, dun, dun. There you go. And let's reiterate. For every 25 gifted memberships or the equivalent in Super Chats or via PayPal, gets you a spin of the Wheel of Regrets. Because Katt, not Williams, forced me to do it.
Yes.
And it's not daytime drinking.
Now,
It's
tell the jury,
15 p.m. here where I am.
in the records that were related to the handset that was associated with Kenneth Copeland.
What was Kenneth Copeland's phone number?
Correct.
678-278-5991.
Okay. And after listening to the June 10th of 2015 statement with Mr. Copeland.
Hang on just a second. I know that stand isn't great, but I think the jurors in the back row are having a hard time seeing that.
Oh, I do know that poster is going to be important.
Mr. Sprinkle, while Mr. Atkins is putting up the board, can you tell the jurors, did you review Mr. Copeland's phone records in light of the statement from June 10th, 2015 that you listened to?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, when did, activity on Mr. Copeland's phone or through his phone records, when did it begin in the early evening of June 10th of 2015?
Well, I guess it would depend on what you define as early evening. For me, I started inspecting the records as at 6:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, was that an incoming or outgoing call?
His girlfriend, Deshawn Quarterman, called him at 6:20.
Okay, and did Mr. Copeland?
Simply, who called? I said the handset.
Sustained.
Okay, did the handset of Mr. Copeland's girlfriend call the handset related or associated with Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And did Mr. Copeland's telephone, the number that was associated with him, did he answer?
He did not at 6:20 p.m.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors when was the next, incoming or outgoing call that Mr. Copeland made and was connected or answered?
Well, his brother called him at 6:27 p.m.
Objection to
Did the handset related to Mr. Copeland's brother call the handset related to Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Copeland's handset or telephone that's associated with him, did he pick up?
Well, it appears that he did. It was a 24-second conversation.
Okay. And do you recall during the interview that Mr. Copeland did on June 10th of 2015, what he described as it related to his activity in the early evening?
He said that he was at his house at 178 Maury Avenue. He'd been taking a midday nap at the time.
Okay. And did he indicate during that interview that when he, woke up, he called the handset that was associated with his girlfriend, Miss?
Say what now? The number he said, 678-278-5991, is not the same as on the board. No, it is not. It's very different from what is on the board. Oh, wow. It's nowhere near what's on the board. That's Mr. Zachary's number, not Copeland's number.
At the time.
Okay. And did he indicate during that interview that when he, woke up, he called the handset that was associated with his girlfriend, Miss Courtman?
He did.
And is that consistent with what the cell phone records the call logs for the handset, Mr. Copeland, that you reviewed?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I believe this is cumulative to the information elicited from Mr. Bernie by Mr. Atkins last week. The cell records, the calls, the timing of the calls.
So my response would be Mr. Bernie, or Agent Bernie, as he testified, he didn't review any sort of statements, so he was not in a position to talk about the consistency of the statement as it relates to the records, which was the necessity. The whole reason we needed to call Mr. Sprinkle back was due to that unfortunate scheduling issue.
All right, I'm going to,
And Your Honor, I believe those would be juror issues. I don't believe it's Mr. Sprinkle's in place to determine what is consistent and what's not.
Well, I'd also say this goes to Mr. Copeland was impeached on multiple occasions by multiple parties before this court and this jury, and this is a prior consistent statements and activity as it relates to his impeachment.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can answer the question. Let me ask it again.
Yes.
What Mr. Copeland, I guess, described during his interview as it relates to waking up and his phone activity to the detectives on June 10th of 2015, is that consistent with the activity that you reviewed and you've described here today as it relates to the handset of Mr. Copeland and his call log detail records?
We called the handset associated with Deshaun Quarterman at 6:58 p.m. So that was consistent with him talking about what he did after his midday nap.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you also, as a part of your investigation, plot different calls as it related to the call detail records that you received with Mr. Copeland?
I did.
Okay. If you also had an opportunity to review similar, I guess, plotting of Special Agent Bernie?
I did.
Okay. Now, during the interview that day on June 10th of 2015, do you recall where Mr. Copeland described, I guess, he went next as it relates to his activities that night?
We went to the green store, which is, I believe, at 322 Glen Street. That's what he said, yeah.
And in your review of Mr. Copeland's records, can you tell the jurors, were his records consistent with him going to the green store shortly after he called the handset related to or associated with Ms. Quarterman?
Your Honor, I think that this is out of Mr. Sprinkle's expertise, and these are questions for Agent Bernie, which have been asked.
Okay, so if that may be true, if I'm understanding what it is that Mr. Sprinkle's testifying to.
I can lay a foundation.
Okay.
Mr. Sprinkle, do you utilize or do you review call detail records on a regular basis as a part of your job responsibilities and duties with the District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
According to the prosecution, everybody of their witnesses, unless they don't want to, is an expert in every field they claim they are.
And can you tell the jurors how often do you do that?
Multiple times a week. I don't want to go so far as to say every day. I'm sure there's days that I haven't, but it's thousands upon thousands of times, thousands of sets of phone record, at least over 1,500 sets of phone records, and that's a conservative estimate. Yeah, I look at phone records all the time and have been doing so since 2012.
Yes, Mr. Sprinkle, we all know that in your own mind you are amazing. Napoleon complex. Cough, 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 cough.
And in the phone records, or in many of the phone records or the call detail records that you received, do they have longitude, latitude, or cell site location data related to the different phone calls within the call detail records?
Yes, depending on the type of phone logs, call detail records that I have or that they are, yes, they will sometimes have cell site location information.
And can you tell the jurors, as a part of your job responsibilities and duties with the District Attorney's Office, how often do you map or plot different calls as it relates to the cell site location data contained within the call detail records?
All the time.
Another objection on foundation for this part of the testimony as it relates to mapping. Foundation for establishing what's out there.
As it relates to what, I really need y'all to use the mics. All right, so,
I'm laying the foundation.
okay, he's in the midst of it.
So how often do you plot and map different call detail records, cell site location data?
Very, very often. Maybe not on every single case, but on many cases. How often? I would say at least once a week. Again, that's a very, very conservative estimate, but most cases have cell phone records, and I will generally, if there are cell phone records, want to look at those to make sure that the data is what we believe it to be.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors a little bit about your experience in the sense of how many years have you been utilizing cell site location information to map or plot different sets of phone records and specific phone calls within different sets of records?
Since 2012.
Okay, so roughly how many years? We're looking at what, over 10?
Yes.
And within those 10 years, can you tell the jurors how many sets of phone records do you believe that you have mapped or plotted cell site location information related to call detail records?
That would be hundreds. I don't keep a tally, but the number of cases that I deal with a year since that time, it would just be in the hundreds. A lot of cases.
Okay, and in the
Self-boasting, look how great I am. Yes, we know. Cough, cough, Napoleon complex, cough, cough. Iron Rabbit gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That brings it to 22 new members today. Well, welcome to the Viking crew. Now you also have, and everybody, thank the people who are gifting memberships today. And you now also have access to all my members-only content and other perks on my channel. Thank you so much, Iron Rabbit. And here comes Jan Schön with another 5 memberships gifted, which brings it to 27. 27 new members today, and you all know what that means. It is time. It is time. It is time for the Wheel of Regrets. Let's make this stream unnecessary interesting. Let's see what today brings me. And the Wheel of Regrets. Oh, fub. I made 2 test runs, and now the real one, and all 3 said habanero sauce. I think the universe is trying to tell me something. Where is my spoon? Where is my spoon? Where is my spoon? I need to go get a spoon. I need to go get a spoon. You all look at Mr. Jingles while I go get a spoon. There, I got myself a spoon. All right. Habanero. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Dun, dun, dun. No, Katt, I saw what you wrote. I will not do that. I will not add to the Wheel of Regrets listening to Glanville at half speed. I will not. No. This is supposed to be a punishment just for me, not for the entirety of the universe. All right, here we go. Ooh. Oh. Mm. Ah. Oh. Whew. Mm. Oh. Ah. Ah. Do I? Do you live in Atlanta? Seems like all you're breathing loud and sounding clogged up. Do I sound clogged up? Is anything wrong with my, or are you talking? You all let me know if sound is okay. Whiskey will take the edge off. Probably will. So you know what to do. Keep gifting those memberships or the equivalent in Super Chats or via PayPal, which I believe is $75. Because $3 a month times 25, I believe, is 75. Oof.
Cases that you have done what you just described, do you often work in tandem or in conjunction with different members of law enforcement, such as the Atlanta Police Department or other agencies within Fulton County?
Yes.
Okay. And have there been times that you also have worked with members of the FBI or different task forces as it relates to mapping and plotting call detail records?
Maybe like consulted with. Work would imply that I was like part of the team, or with respect to the FBI, that is. No, I mean, I've consulted with them.
Okay. So as it relates to this case, did you utilize cell site location information to map different?
Oh, I forgot. Just before I ended yesterday's stream, and I didn't notice it at the time, but thank you to Elise for $20 via PayPal. Thank you so much. But that was yesterday, not today.
Calls for Kenneth Copeland after you listened to his recorded statement on June 10th of 2015.
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to the mapping or the plotting that you did for Mr. Copeland's records, were they consistent at times with being near the Green store?
Yes.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object. Cumulative, Agent Burney has already testified to these matters.
My response is these questions will be brief, but again, Mr. Sprinkle's analysis is related to the statement that Mr. Copeland was impeached with during his testimony for the statement he gave on June 10th of 2015.
All right, and
it's still cumulative and repetitive because it's already been testified to.
can you clarify whether?
And Dream gifted 5 memberships, getting the total to 32. 32 new members today. Everybody say thank you to Dream. Yeah. Also, as Greg says, it's a 403. The state can't just because Ms. Love listen to who is the one doing it, it's still a waste of time.
Whatever this analysis is based on Mr. Sprinkle's own plotting or whatever Mr. Burney had already done?
Yes. The plotting that I've been talking to you about as it relates to Mr. Copeland is this plotting or mapping that you did yourself.
Yes.
And upon doing the plotting or mapping yourself with the cell site location information, let's start with, can you tell the jurors what information, I guess, are you inputting or using in order to get specific plots for specific calls?
So basically what I do is I'll have the phone records, I'll have a set of phone records, and there will be some cell site location information that's in the same row as the date and time the phone number is called, and I'll use Google Earth. Sometimes some phone records are real easy. If they're from AT&T or T-Mobile, they'll just have the latitude and longitude of the tower actually in the records. Other phone companies, like Sprint at the time, or Verizon, they just put some sort of number that's unique to them. Like it's a number that identifies the tower for them. It'll be like 14732 or something. That's by no means a lot. That was just a number I just came up with out of nowhere, but it'll be some sort of number, and I'll have to cross-reference another spreadsheet where that spreadsheet will have the latitude and longitude. But long story short, though, I just take the latitude and longitude of the tower, I put it into Google Earth, and then I use a graphic plugin in Google Earth to create I get what I call a pie slice that represents the approximate area of coverage, or basically just points in the direction of the antenna or the azimuth of the tower.
Okay, so that was a long story.
Oh.
So can you tell the jurors, in your review of the phone records, what time, if any, was Mr. Copeland's handset in the area of the Green Store?
So his handset was consistent with utilizing a tower that was consistent with it being in the area of the Green Store between 7:26 and 7:27 p.m.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors through your review of Mr. Copeland's June 10th statement, did I guess the location, the McDonald's off of Cleveland Avenue, become a point of interest that was related to the investigation you were doing?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of did you review Mr. Copeland's call detail records and the cell site location information in regards to that interest point?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors in your review what time, if any, Mr. Copeland was in the area of, or consistent with being in the area of, the McDonald's off of Cleveland Avenue?
All right, so like I testified previously, his phone gets to the area or uses a tower in the area of the Green Store from.
When even the witnesses, as I've testified to earlier, if he already did that, why is he allowed to repeat himself? And triangulate? No, you can't triangulate with just one tower.
7:26, 7:27 p.m. It remained in that general area or the tower until about 7:47. And then 7:49. It pinged off a tower that serviced the general area of the McDonald's at Old Hayville and Cleveland Avenue.
And you said 7:49?
That's correct.
As you continue to review the records, can you tell the jurors, after continuing to listen to Mr. Copeland's June 10th statement, did the Sky House located in Midtown become a point of interest relevant to the investigation that you were doing?
The Sky House condominiums at 1080 West Peachtree Street, yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors why or how did that location become a point of interest relevant to your investigation?
It was the location or a location that Jeffrey Williams resided.
Okay. And in the time that you were reviewing the records related to Mr. Copeland and reviewing the statement, can you tell the jurors at any point did Mr. Copeland reference during his statement that he communicated with a handset that would be associated with Mr. Garlington?
He did.
And can you tell the jurors, was that something that you attempted to locate within the call detail records of Mr. Copeland as you reviewed them?
I did. I didn't find a number that I could conclude was Mr. Garlington's, though if I remember correctly, I also said he contacted him via FaceTime, so I wouldn't be able to see those calls and call detail records anyway.
Okay, and that's something you talked about and mentioned as to why previously when you testified before this court and jury, right?
I don't recall if I said that or not.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, I guess, what you were able to determine, if anything, as it related to the call detail records being consistent with Mr. Copeland's handset being in the area of Sky House Midtown.
It was later that evening. His handset, from what I recall, from what I remember, it was after 11 p.m. when his handset utilized a tower that was near the Sky House. So it did utilize a tower at some point that serviced the area of the Sky House.
And can you tell the jurors, the Sky House Midtown, how was that building, I guess, related to or relevant to the investigation that you were doing as you continue to review the statement of Mr. Copeland and other materials that you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
That was the location that was said to be where Mr. Copeland and others converged later that evening on January 10th, 2015.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about other statements that you reviewed. Do you recall also reviewing the statement for Mr. Quindarius Zachary from August 5th of 2015?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors, did you listen to that statement, I guess, in its entirety or in full?
I did.
And do you recall that during that statement, did Mr. Zachary reference any, I guess, rental vehicles?
He did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about what Mr. Zachary said during that statement as related to a rental vehicle?
From what I remember, that he mentioned there was an Infiniti that was involved, and they believed that the manager for Mr. Williams rented the Infiniti.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, after getting that information from the statement, did you request anything from any rental companies here in the city of Atlanta?
Yes.
Daily Quick Bites. Hey, all. G'day, y'all Santa Claus. I was thinking, after 147 days, the only criminal gangs RICOs the DS office has proven beyond any doubt is themselves and the Atlanta Police Department. Yeah, I am quite convinced that if the DA's office were charged under the Georgia RICO Act, this would have been a very easy case to prove.
And did you?
Well, let me. It's a small clarification. I requested information from rental companies, and I didn't just specify from their physical locations only in the city of Atlanta. I asked from the rental car companies if they give me records of.
Yeah, I saw that Vera found its way back to this channel. That is a known troll who goes by many different names, and when I see it, I'm going to eat it. If you're going to troll, at least be funny or correct. If you're neither, get the fuck out of my sight. Okay?
Any rental cars that were rented by a list of people during a time, regardless of where the location was.
Okay. And did you do that in relation to Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you receive any information back as it related to any rental vehicles in the name of Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered previously.
I don't know if it has been with this witness, but it's certainly been established.
I can move on.
Right.
Well,
you have to. Well, I mean, I'm sure you can as well, but in this case, you have to, Mr. Abatai.
I want to show you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 335Y. And when it gets up there, page 7 of 335Y. As Mr. Atkins is getting to page 7, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize previously tendered and admitted State's Exhibit 335Y?
Okay, is the 335Y what's being displayed on these television sets behind me?
That's correct.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is State's Exhibit 335Y?
These are records that I received from Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Okay, and
We've already gone through this with 2 Hertz rental car guys who was called to testify about how you rent a car from Hertz. And it all concluded in that Mr. Williams is not a gold member of Hertz, even though he rents a lot of cars there. What a Jesus Christ, what a waste of time.
Are these records, I guess, who are these records, related to and in reference to?
Jeffrey Williams.
I'm going to object. This is cumulative, and it
Sustained.
has been asked and answered.
Well, my response is the specific information as it relates to what's inside State Exhibit 335Y was not elicited from any witness as it relates to the trial.
You lying sack of crap. The Hertz employee and the Hertz manager spent, I believe, 5 to 6, a combined 5 to 6 hours testifying about these damn receipts. It is asked and answered. It is the jury's job to connect it, not Mr. Sprinkle's. It's their interpretation. Narrating from Mr. Sprinkle, no, that's narration, not allowed.
Okay, if there's something new on this exhibit, then.
I'll just cut to the chase. In State Exhibit 335Y was a phone number that was associated with the rental for Mr. Jeffrey Williams located within.
There was a phone number located somewhere within there, yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what that phone number was?
I don't recall it somewhere in the, I think, was it the one that ended in 3504 maybe? It should be in the business record though.
And do you see it on page 7?
You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me.
Yes, 3904, 504-975, 3904, that's right.
And can you tell the jurors, after, receiving this document and learning of this number, was a request made or a search warrant done for the records as it relates to Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive those records back related to the phone number associated with the handset of Mr. Williams?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to ask you a few questions about other sets of records that you reviewed in relation to the information you had received from Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland after reviewing their statements, okay?
Okay.
Did you request either through search warrant or subpoena the records for Justin Cobb?
I don't know if it was me that did that, but yeah, we did obtain the records for Justin Cobb.
Okay. And
actually, no, I believe it was. I recall drafting a search warrant on that, so yes.
Okay. As well as, did you receive either, whether it was by you or another member of law enforcement you were working in conjunction with, the records for Mr. McMullins?
McMullen was somebody with the Atlanta Police Department, but I did receive them.
And did you review them?
I did.
All right. And regardless of who requested them, did you also review the records for Kelvin Treadwell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about specifically, did you review those records kind of how you've described today as it relates to January 10th of 2015?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about some of the activity that you saw as you did the review of the records. Specifically, can you tell the jurors, you talked about you received records from Ms. Bradford based on the phone number being a common number called by Mr. Zachary, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Treadwell, I believe you said, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in reviewing the call detail records, did you review the records as it relates to the point of interest of the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as you reviewed Mr. Bradford's records in relation to that Texaco, what you determined from your analysis?
What I determined from my analysis of Mr. Bradford's tower logs was that his handset utilized a tower that was in close proximity to that Texaco, and therefore 330 McDaniel Street, the incident location, between the hours of 7:11 p.m. to 7:19 p.m.
And I should have asked you this first, but as you were reviewing statements and call detail records, did you also receive and review any video surveillance?
I did.
And is that the surveillance that I think you briefly described previously as it relates to the Texaco off Cleveland, as well as the barbershop not far from the Texaco?
Right, the barber shop, like between 60 and 100 yards, yes, away. That too.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibits 591. 591Y through 598Y. And prior to your testimony, have you had an opportunity to review those photographs?
I did.
And do those photographs contained in State's Exhibit 591Y through 598 fairly and accurately depict the Texaco from July 10th of 2015?
January 10th, 2015?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, they do. These are screenshots. It looks like they're screenshots I took, actually.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 591Y through 598Y.
Admitted.
And while we're at it, Mr. Sprinkle, previously admitted into evidence was 292YL through N. We'll review those. Do you also recognize those as screenshots from what you described from the Texaco that you actually took?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jurors in State's Exhibit 591Y what we're looking at?
This is a screenshot taken from the video from the Texaco. It was a surveillance camera that captured the exterior of the Texaco station. This would be the gas pumps that were closest to 330 McDaniel Street. The timestamp in the lower on the video is 6:41 p.m. and 58 seconds. Literally, it's 18:41:58, but that's 24-hour time, so it's 6:41 p.m. and 58 seconds.
Okay. And is there a vehicle, or do you see the vehicle, I guess that's in the center of State's Exhibit 591Y?
Yes, I do.
And through, I guess, your investigation, can you tell the jurors what you're able to determine what type of vehicle that is?
2001 Pontiac Bonneville, gray in color.
And in conjunction with all the things that we described that you've reviewed, the statements, the call detail records, the video surveillance, I know you briefly spoke about it, but did you also review different social media accounts and photographs as it relates to some of the individuals, specifically here, Mr. Bradford, that we described previously?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of Mr. Bradford's social media and contained in previously admitted exhibits, State's Exhibits 360Y through 363Y, what you found in Mr. Bradford's social media that caught your attention?
He often posed in photos with a 2001 Pontiac Bonneville. I mean, he'd be leaning up against it, et cetera. It looked like it was just a car that he was with frequently.
Okay. And prior to your review of Mr. Bradford's social media account and seeing these photographs with him with standing next to or near a Pontiac, had the Pontiac that's contained in State's Exhibit 591Y, I guess, been an integral part of your investigation at that point?
Well, not integral, no.
Okay. Was it something that you found or didn't find relevant until you reviewed Mr. Bradford's social media accounts?
Sustained. Can you?
Let me ask you this question. Just tell the jurors after reviewing or finding these photographs of Mr. Bradford and the Pontiac, how you were able to use that to forward your investigation.
Okay, so I had the tower data for Mr. Bradford's phone that placed him in the area of the crime scene from 7:11 p.m. to 7:19 p.m. I had calls from the jail to Mr. Bradford. I also had these pictures from his social media that I found that showed him with a Pontiac Bonneville. Now, Bradford was not known. He was not in any of the documents that I obtained from the Atlanta Police Department. As far as I knew, he was unknown to the investigation entirely. So I was trying to figure out who this Mr. Bradford was, why I had this data that would, this information was made it appear that he was somehow would at least know something about what I was looking into. And so when I went back and looked at the video and I saw this 2001 Pontiac Bonneville pull up to the gas pump, that's when it clicked. And I started paying particular attention to the surveillance video from the Texaco station.
Okay. And I want to show you, Mr. Atkins is going to put on the screen a State's Exhibit 598Y. now in States Exhibit 598Y, can you describe to the jurors what they're looking at and the relevance it was to your part of the investigation working on this case?
So 598Y is a picture from Mr. Bradford's Instagram page, and it is one of a few photos that showed him next to a Pontiac Bonneville, like I testified to previously. And I obtained that photo around the time that I identified his phone number and got his phone records and tower usage data that placed him in the area of the crime scene, as I testified to previously.
And the photograph that's next to him standing in, next to the Pontiac, can you describe to the jurors where that's from? There's two photos contained within. How are they relevant to each other?
Well, the one on the right is a still shot from the surveillance footage from the night of the murder.
Okay.
From the Texaco station.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of the video surveillance, you said in States Exhibit.
Yeah. It is definitely being altered because of the shadowing. Yeah, that's it looks Photoshop. And you know, guys, I am a Photoshop master. Well, not really. Yeah, that's not real. I do not believe the photo of the left is an actual photo. It looks... Yeah, that's... I mean, you have the outlining around his body. You have the difference in a clear difference. I mean, there's no shadowing, proper shadowing under the car. The background looks off. I mean, according to this photo, this mailbox should be 6 feet off the ground compared to the hood of the car, or 5 feet at least off the... Yeah, no, this isn't right. This is not right. Seriously. And how he holds his hands on the hood, it really doesn't look... it looks fake. Yeah, that's not real. And his the way he's leaning, supposedly leaning towards the... No, this isn't right. What, you got another troll? Of course I got another troll. Boom, gone. Go fuck yourself, Jason Johnson. I hope you receive a venereal disease. Yeah, that photo is clearly fake. Clearly fake. And they're trying to admit it as evidence. This is the quality of the state's case. This is the quality. Yeah.
591, why that Pontiac arrived to the Texaco at what time?
6:41 p.m.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of the surveillance, how long in total was that Pontiac seen on the video surveillance?
If I may refer to my reports, I get the numbers.
If it will help refresh your recollection, yes, just look up when you're done.
So it was there. The Pontiac was in view of the surveillance cameras at the Texaco station when it pulled up into the pump at 6:41 p.m. and until it drove away from the station at 7:17 p.m.
So fair to say, reviewing your report helped refresh your recollection as to how long it was there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was roughly 40 minutes?
Yeah, about that.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of Mr. Bradford's call detail records, was that consistent with him being, or were they consistent with him being in the area of the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue for roughly?
I'm seeing the discussion regarding Scottish and yeah, for instance, when my ancestors, the actual Vikings, went over to visit, we went to the English, we went to the Irish, we took a big leap around Scotland because not going there, not going there. And that is why most English has Scandinavian DNA, most Irish have Scandinavian DNA, not that many Scots have Scandinavian DNA.
40 minutes.
Yeah, but his phone traveled to the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue after it departed the area, or not, excuse me, are you talking about the McDonald's?
No, so you just described to the jurors, let me rephrase my question. So that's you saw the Pontiac remain at the Texaco for roughly 40 minutes. You remember saying that?
Yes,
41 to, I think you believe 7:17?
6:41 to 7:17, correct.
And can you tell the jurors in reviewing Mr. Bradford's call detail records and the activity on his phone during 6:11 and 7:17, were they consistent with him being in the area of the Texaco during that time period?
At the Texaco at Northside Drive, McDaniel Street, yes. His phone pinged in that area from 7:11 to 7:19. It utilized the tower, so it didn't ping at the tower that entire time. But the time frame that his phone did ping at the tower, off the tower and sector that serviced that general area, was encompassed.
Let's see, where are we here? I'm just going to do this and take a screenshot. There. Boom. Oh.
Next to the Pontiac, can you just hold up in the area of the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue for roughly 40 minutes?
Yeah, but his phone traveled to the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue after it departed the area, or not, excuse me, are you talking about the McDonald's?
No, so you just described to the jurors, let me rephrase my question. So that's you saw the Pontiac remain at the Texaco for roughly 40 minutes. You remember saying that?
Yes,
41 to, I think you believe 7:17?
6:41 to 7:17, correct.
And can you tell the jurors in reviewing Mr. Bradford's call detail records and the activity on his phone during 6:11 and 7:17, were they consistent with him being in the area of the Texaco during that time period?
At the Texaco at Northside Drive, McDaniel Street, yes. His phone pinged in that area from 7:11 to 7:19. It utilized the tower, so it didn't ping at the tower that entire time. But the time frame that his phone did ping at the tower, off the tower and sector that serviced that general area, was encompassed, by the surveillance footage.
Let me ask you this question: was his phone, or was there activity on his phone during that entire period of time, or were there times where his phone wasn't utilizing a tower?
His phone, it wasn't connected to the tower the entire time, as if it was like streaming data or something like that. Or if it was, I didn't get any records that indicated that. It was only used, it only connected to the tower to when it sending or receiving a phone call.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, did you also review or look into the social media accounts of the Twitter account?
No, Gwendolyn, Mr. Sprinkle doesn't have his laptop today. I think after last time, he won't be having that up there again because, they are on notice.
For Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in State's Exhibit believe it's 524Y. Was this a photograph that you located from the Twitter account of Mr. Kendrick? Once it gets up there.
Oh, there we go.
Kim Licious says, as a photographer, the image on the left makes me cringe. He's either being poorly added onto the car, or it's an older photo and someone with heavy-handed with the HDR tool in Photoshop. Maybe both. Yeah. Either way, it's that amount of change in a photo should make it non-admissible.
Yes, yeah, it is. There's a, and I don't know that's part of the exhibit because I seem to remember this gray bar going across the screen with the other exhibits as well. Yeah, now it's moved. But yes, I do recognize that. That's an image from Mr. Kendrick's Twitter account.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was there anything about the jacket that Mr. Kendrick is wearing in State's Exhibit 524Y that you, after seeing this and also reviewing the video surveillance, that was helpful to your investigation?
So yeah, the interior surveillance from the Texaco, it's 641, the Pontiac 2001 Bonneville pulls up to a pump, and the front seat passenger exits the vehicle and walks into the convenience store attached to the Texaco, and in so doing came in very close proximity to an interior surveillance camera. And so this footage revealed the outfit donned by the front seat passenger. And that image from the Twitter page that you just displayed on the monitor behind me, or the television behind me, that man, Mr. Kendrick from the Twitter page, was donning what appeared to be the same jacket as the man from the video, the surveillance video from the Texaco.
And is that what we're looking at, the comparison that you just described that you did in State's Exhibit 593Y?
That's yes.
And can you tell the jurors, the photograph, we're looking at it on the left-hand side from the convenience store. Can you tell the jurors the time period in which that photograph or that screenshot would have captured?
It was very shortly after the Pontiac Bonneville arrived on scene. If you would like the exact matter of fact, I've just looked at my report to refresh my recollection about this. It was actually 6:42 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors in the photograph to the right from Mr. Kendrick's Twitter account what time that photo of Mr. Kendrick was posted and on what date?
It was posted on January 10th, 2015. As you can see there, because I testified about this previously, I moused over the date, and that made the time pop up, and the time is 7:35 p.m.
Now, as you continued to review the video surveillance, can you tell the jurors, did the individuals that you saw I guess exit and enter the Pontiac, later interact with another sedan?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 594Y. And here I thought the screenshots would be less difficult than the freezing video.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative of prior testimony that we've had at least once, if not twice, in this case.
Any response?
I mean, there's been no...
Is this going to be a comparison?
Yes.
Okay, overruled.
Now...
a comparison of what? That... Judge, that is a jury question. They have the evidence. They will have the evidence. They heard the testimony. The comparison is for them.
Can you tell the jurors, were you able to, I guess using your number of years of experience, able to determine the type of vehicle in which we're seeing depicted in front of the Pontiac in the middle of the screen?
The Volkswagen CC VR6 Sport.
Okay. And when you previously testified...
I mean, this is so rehearsed. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
You talked about someone you had, I guess, a name that you had come across during your investigation, Miss Ariel Bax?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in getting her name, were you able to use public databases to determine any vehicles registered in her name?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors what type of vehicle was registered Ms. Back's name during this time period of January 10th, 2018?
The Volkswagen CC VR6.
Okay. And in your review of the make and model and year that Ms. Bax had, was the vehicle consistent with what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 594Y?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you also talked about previously an individual, Miss Kenya Morton.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why you looked into Miss Morton as it relates to this investigation?
I'll object to the reasoning behind what this witness is doing, otherwise.
Sustained. Can you rephrase?
Yes. In the phone calls that you reviewed and have described today for Mr. Kendrick, did Mr. Kendrick place any calls to Miss Morton?
Yes.
And through your listening of the calls and your investigation, were you able to determine how Mr. Kendrick and Miss Morton were associated or knew each other?
Romantically involved.
This is phone for hearsay.
It's a review of phone calls that are in evidence.
And also speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It's,
Well, without telling me what the association was, were you able to see several calls between Miss Morton and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, in one of the phone calls that you listened to and has been admitted into evidence as it relates to Mr. Arnold, did you hear Miss Morton in one of the phone calls?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the date of the phone call in which you heard Miss Morton in the background?
January 10th, 2015.
What time?
7:42 p.m.
Okay. And that time in relation to how was that time, the 7:42 p.m. that you heard Miss Morton in the background, related to or the time in which Mr. Donovan Thomas was shot and killed?
Well, the 911 call was placed contemporaneously with the shooting, and that 911 call was placed at 7:22 p.m. So that call was 20 minutes after the night.
Speculation, and that's what the foundation.
On the what?
Contemporaneous.
Sustained.
I guess I need clarity. I'm not certain it's contemporaneous. I know what it
I don't
means.
know if he is able to testify from anything that it was contemporaneous with the murder. I think that's what the objection is to. Is that right? They can testify to what time the 911 call was.
I'll rephrase.
Sustained.
Agreed. I'll ask a different question. Mr. Sprinkle, you said the 911 call was at what time?
7:22 p.m.
And the call in which you heard Miss Morton's voice in reference to her name was at what time?
7:42 p.m.
Okay. And during that same phone call, was there reference to Miss Ariel or Ari?
That I don't recall.
Okay. And well, let me ask you this question. Shortly after the Volkswagen in State's Exhibit 494Y arrived at the gas station, can you tell the jurors, and previously admitted in, I believe they're before you, State's Exhibits 292YL through 292N, can you tell the jurors what time another vehicle that you determined to be related to your investigation arrived at that same Texaco?
7:16 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, based on the statements of Quindarius Zachary, why that vehicle was of interest as you watched the video surveillance from the Texaco?
Because it was an Infiniti Q50.
Now, can you tell the jurors during what time did that Infiniti arrive?
7:16 p.m.
Okay. And at the time that you reviewed the video surveillance, can you tell the jurors, did members from the Pontiac interact with the vehicle depicted in this State's exhibit?
Yeah, yes. The man that occupied the front passenger seat and then entered the store at 6:42 p.m. wearing the coat, he interacted with the person or persons occupying the Infiniti.
And I apologize for the record, that's 292YL. Now, Mr. Sprinkle, Can you also describe for the jurors, did an individual get out of the rear passenger area of the Pontiac?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors I guess, can you explain to the jurors what you observed that person, I guess, do?
Objection, cumulative, best evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Sprinkle, how long, based on your review of the video surveillance, did the Infinity remain within the Texaco gas pump area?
About a minute, if that. It pulled in at 7:16 and pulled out at 7:17.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, is that what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 596Y?
Your Honor,
Yes,
I'm going to object. Can I maybe approach?
you may.
Well, I'll ask them.
All right.
I know what you're seeing with respect to all of this.
And yeah, that gets us to, I believe, sidebar counter 306. Oh, this is ridiculous. This is so bad.
Sprinkle, let me ask you. Now, Mr. Sprinkle, let me ask you this question based on your review of all the information you've kind of described here today. As it relates to times for when a 911 call was placed, times as it relates to, I guess, found within call detail records, and then times like the one you just referenced in the video surveillance for the Texaco. Can you tell the jurors, I guess, through your investigation, how you compared, I guess, times from the video surveillance to things like the 911 call and call detail records?
Well, your call detail records, that's the times in those are going to be pretty consistent with, the atomic clock,
Why is that?
Well, they're a cell phone provider and they're computerized records, and they're just going to be synced up because they're on a computer system with like an internet time protocol, or which is synced up with the atomic clock. So that's a good gauge as to the exact time of something. Also, the 911 call system, I found in my experience that 911 calls, the timestamps on those are accurate. Surveillance videos can be a little less so. But what I found here was that knowing when the 911 call was placed, comparing all of that with cell phone records and tower logs and all that, when comparing, for example, the 911 call, the surveillance video from the Texaco in particular, you can see the events that are consistent with the shooting on the Texaco, which people ran inside the store, if I remember correctly. I do remember correctly, they did. And from that, you can place a pretty good timestamp or time when the drive-by shooting occurred.
Would it be your testimony today that all of the times are, I guess, synced up exact as it relates to each other? For example, the call detail records and the Texaco video surveillance?
No, I can say that they're linked up exactly. Surveillance videos, it's not uncommon to be a minute or two long.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that last.
Can you speak into the mic?
It's not uncommon for surveillance videos to be a minute or two off. So I can't say that basically the watches of the surveillance video and the cell phone records were synchronized.
Okay. And we talked earlier a little bit about the phone records, or the additional phone records that you reviewed. For example, Justin Cobb and Mr. McMullins. Do you remember that?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors, upon receiving those records, however which way they were requested, did you utilize, I guess, reviewing those records as it relates to the things that we've described previously here today? The video surveillance, as well as the statements of both Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention specifically to the time period, roughly 7:29 p.m. All the way, I guess, 10 minutes to 7:39 p.m. So that 10-minute period, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell the jurors in your review of that activity, was there any activity as it relates to the handset associated with Mr. McMullins and the handset associated with Jeffrey Williams?
Your Honor, this is cumulative. Agent Bernie already testified to all this.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you this, as it relates to your review of the call detail record, specifically the call logs of between Mr. Williams and Mr. Treadwell. Can you tell the jury how many incoming and outgoing calls there were between Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Williams?
About the same objection.
Sustained.
The specific number of calls between Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Williams, I don't believe was ever discussed.
All,
Pretty sure it was.
it's all painfully regarded to treat it differently.
All right, I'll ask you this question. As it related to your review of the call detail records for Mr. Copeland, okay? Did you, during that time period of 7:29 to 7:39 p.m., locate any calls, whether it be incoming or outgoing, between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams?
7:29 to 7:39?
Correct.
If I may look at the logs. No, my short answer is I don't believe so. And that remains my answers on reviewing the actual phone logs. There were no calls between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. That would have been in the phone logs from the company. Again, during Mr. Copeland's statement, he said he called Mr. Williams earlier that evening on FaceTime. FaceTime calls are not going to appear in phone records from the phone company.
Okay. So from your review, is it your testimony you didn't see any calls between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams?
That's right.
How about as it relates to Mr. Copeland and Mr. Bradford, Mr. Cobb, Mr. McMullins, or Mr. Treadwell?
Not that I found, no.
Okay, and I'd ask you the same series of questions as it relates to Quindarius Zachary. Did you see any activity on Mr. Zachary's records between Mr. Williams, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Cobb, Mr. McMullins, and Mr. Treadwell?
All right, well, I'm reviewing, and I'm looking at his records right now too, just to make sure I'm not mistaken. What were the names that you just gave me again?
Mr. Williams, did you see any activity as it relates to Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams?
I do not.
And between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Bradford and Mr. Cobb?
I do not.
And were there any, incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. McMullins or Mr. Treadwell?
Not that I see, no.
Okay. And I want to ask you lastly about Mr. Antonio Sledge. In your review of his call detail records, did you see any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Sledge and Mr. Williams between the time period of 7:29 p.m. to 7:39 p.m.?
Oh, here we go. No, I don't see any.
And what about between Mr. Sledge and Mr. Bradford or Mr. Cobb?
Between what time frame again?
7:29 and 7:39 p.m.
Justin Cobb called Javaris Bradford at 7:31 p.m.
And I'm sorry, I need to be more clear. Did you see any, was there any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Bradford?
If you're wondering why I have been distracted a bit, it is because I did. Now, first, let's take a look at this again. All right. You all know we can joke about my Photoshop skills and stuff like that. I'm really not good at it, but I'm having lots of fun with it. The last 5 minutes, I removed the guy and added Judge Whitaker. It's not that hard. Now, And this is me in Canva. I just removed by erasing the guy and added her with a bit of bigger glow. Yeah. And if I can do it to this, okay, this is very limited. Somebody with an actual program, yeah. That photo is so easy to fake. Let's see if I can do a side by side here. Hold on while I try to do that. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. No, not that one. What's going on here? Stop screen, share screen. Yeah, of course it's different. But this is me in 5 minutes. You're saying. If I can do to this extent, what can an actual good Photoshopper do? Just saying. All right, let's get back to the trial. Dun, dun, dun. All right, let's continue.
I'm reviewing Mr. Zachary's records. I do not see any.
In your review of Mr. Zachary records, did you see any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. McMullen?
No, I don't see any.
And lastly, for that same time period, did you see any activity, whether it be incoming or outgoing calls, between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Treadwell?
No, I don't see any.
And when you're reviewing Mr. Zachary's records, which are contained in State's Exhibit 517Y, is that correct? Is that correct? Is the records contained for Mr. Zachary, do you recall those being 517Y?
I don't know the exhibit number for the records.
Okay. Further questions pending redirect.
Anybody have questions for this witness right now that are going to last less than like an hour?
Less than an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope so.
Okay. Come on. Okay.
Time.
Can we do that even if it is less than an hour?
Mr. Franco, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. And of course, we know each other. You know who I represent, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hey. I want to start out by talking to you about the jail calls and specifically my client, Shannon Stillwell's jail calls.
Okay.
I believe you testified that you downloaded, you estimated, I believe, 700?
So, yes, the batch that I downloaded from 2015, maybe the calls descended into 2016 as well. I don't remember. I think it was around 700 audio files. So that would represent 700 calls. It's not 700 exactly, but that's what I remember.
I understand. And you, do you have a ballpark of how many you reviewed?
I didn't review all of them.
Okay.
And a matter of fact, I probably reviewed like maybe 50 to 75.
Okay. And regardless of how many you personally reviewed, when you downloaded them, they are saved onto your computer, your hard drive.
All of them are saved, yes.
Okay, and they would have been passed on to the prosecution team in this case, so they could review all of them, correct?
That's correct.
All right, cool. All right, I just want to, your job actually with the DA's office right now is you do prelims. You cover prelims for cases, correct? Amongst other things.
That's correct.
All right. And I just want to unpack a little bit about what you said about preliminary hearings, is when I say prelims, preliminary hearings. You said typically a lead detective testifies.
That's right.
Okay, and you said hearsay is allowed, meaning the lead detective is allowed to testify about what other people said.
That's correct.
Okay. And you are aware that jail call that was played that was tough to hear, a little bit low, that was from November 19th, 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. And November 19th, 2015 is the day that Shannon Stillwell had his prelim, correct?
That's what I recall, yes.
Okay. And that's why you had interest in that call.
That's right.
All right. And that call was made later in the day after Mr. Stillwell would have returned back to the jail from his preliminary hearing.
That's right.
All right. In Mr. Stillwell's preliminary hearing specifically, I know you said lead detectives generally are the only ones that testified. Detective Thorpe testified in that preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland did not testify.
No.
Demekion Garlington did not testify.
No.
Quindarius Zachary did not testify.
No.
Okay. And I know it's hard to hear, but we're going to bring some volume to it, okay? Mr. Stillwell on that call said, I just went to court and they let everything out.
That sounds right, yes.
Okay, and that was after Detective Thorpe testified, correct?
That's right, after he heard Detective Thorpe's testimony.
Okay, he said they threw out, and it was tough to hear, so I want to make sure we're clear. On that call, he said they threw out Yak, Duop, Nard, correct?
I don't recall that they threw out Yak.
I'm not suggesting throughout the case. I'm saying throughout the names.
That sounds right. I definitely heard him mention those names.
Okay.
So I took it to mean maybe like their names were mentioned, maybe.
Right. And because it was hard to hear, I'm just trying to make it clear. He's not saying, nowhere in that call did he say he was with those people or anything like that day?
No.
Okay. And again, those names were mentioned by Detective Thorpe, correct?
That's right.
All right, cool. And he was, well, you can't testify to his mind state, but in that call, he said F word D, Woody, and the other D, correct?
I don't know. Yeah, that's not a verbatim quote. It's pretty close. I mean, I think the spirit of his comment was captured in your quotation there.
Okay, and then he said, them, F, N-words, know what is going on.
Something along those lines, yeah.
And then that's the case that was, that's the tape that was played in court today, but there are 8 other calls on that CD, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also listened in on another call that Mr. Stillwell had with that same young lady on November 23rd, 2015, correct?
I think so. That sounds right.
At 16:08, at 4:08 p.m.
That sounds correct.
All right. At 5:07 into that call, Mr. Stillwell says, N-words will say whatever, correct?
That sounds correct. I know that was the general spirit. I don't know if that's an exact quotation as to what he said.
Okay. At 5:15 in that call, Mr. Stillwell said, they just trying to get the heat off their ass.
Again, that sounds like that was something along the lines of what he said, that was the topic of conversation. I just can't say if that was a verbatim quote or not.
And again, Mr. Copeland at that time was facing federal and state charges.
That's right.
And Mr. Zachary, the other D, was facing charges related to the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses, correct?
That's right.
All right. Mr. Stillwell in that November 23rd, 2015 call said, people will say anything to save their ass.
That's evidence. Mr. Sharp would like to play the calls and.
Sustained.
It's so ironic that the state is going for a best evidence objection. It is so ironic.
Okay. It is in evidence. Trying to save some time, but
I appreciate that. But if there's a valid objection, I've got to sustain it.
okay. All right.
Thank you.
I twisted his arm. Also in that call, and this is just one more, and then we'll move on. Mr. Stillwell said, they will sit right there and lie.
I don't recall that exact utterance being made, but it wouldn't be inconsistent with the general tone of the call and the other things that he was saying.
Okay, cool. All right. Regarding Mr. Copeland's cell records and the plotting you did, let me get this right. 722 is the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. You said at 7:26 you have Mr. Copeland headset pinging on the tower. So 4 minutes later, he's pinging on the tower at the Green Store or in the vicinity of the Green Store.
That is correct. It had moved north to that tower, so it was actually south of that tower seconds prior to. But yes.
Well, you don't actually. Cell phone records aren't like a chart where you see, for instance, a cursor moving through a map, are they? You don't see real-time movements during a call, do you?
No.
You just get spots in certain points in time.
Yes, that's
when cell calls are initiated.
That is well. You get the tower and the antenna utilized by the handset at the time of the call. It's a very big area.
But just at the time, right? Vague area, but also just at the time of the initiation of the call.
Correct.
Okay. And so 4 minutes after the.
I forgot. After just over an hour, are Sprinkle and Abatai twins, brothers, or clones? And your judgment is 16% said brothers, 21% said twins, and a whopping 63% believes that the Hobbit prosecutor and Abatai are clones. And that is with 213 votes. Hey, that's better than most government polls. Oh, that was fun.
Purported time of the 911 call, that headset is utilizing the tower near the Green Store.
That's right.
Okay. And we also, the truth is, we can speculate.
The irony using best evidence is mainly the absolute horse crap that is the state's evidence. That's my general remark here.
We don't know how much time passed. We know that 911 call was made at 7:22, but we don't know how much time passed between the shooting and the 911 call, do we?
No, I can't say exactly. I from what I recall, it's pretty quickly, but I can't say the exact seconds.
Well, we don't. I mean, people before they call 911, they can try to hide guns, right?
There's any number of things people can do before they call 911.
They can try to get guns before they call 911.
The possibilities are endless as to what somebody could do before they call 911.
And some people will do certain things before they call the police to where they're at.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Well, the bottom line is we don't know how much time passed. So we're dealing with inexact times.
Yes.
Okay, great. And you would agree that the Green Store is within a minute drive of the barbershop?
It's pretty close. I don't know. I can't say if it's a minute, but it's less than a mile away.
Less than a mile away. Thank you. All right. Finally, I'm just going to ask you about one other matter. Javaris Bradford has come up, aka Tuda, right?
Yes.
Okay, he's the owner of, through your investigator, he's the owner of the Pontiac at the Texaco.
Yeah, from what I recall, he was the registered owner.
Right, and he came up in your investigation, and the fact that Pontiac was on the video piqued your interest.
That's what I said. Yep.
All right. At some point in November of 2018, he wasn't charged in 2015.
He wasn't.
Okay. In November of 2018, he was still in the community, correct? He wasn't in jail or anything.
That's right.
All right. And you determined that you wanted to speak to him.
I did.
All right. And did you reach out to him?
I don't think I reached out to him. It was likely a DA's office investigator. Somebody reached out to him.
Okay. And was he asked to come in? Was he compelled to come into the DA's office? How did that work?
I believe we gave him a grand jury subpoena, if I remember correctly.
Okay, you issued a grand jury subpoena for him to come in and speak to you?
The grand jury was in session that day. Having never spoken to him, I wanted to speak with him before I potentially put him up before the grand jury, and I did end up speaking with him. And at that point, I determined that not to put him up.
Okay, that was November 13th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And you had a meeting with him in a conference room in the DA's office, correct?
Right, it was on video. I have it right here, actually.
Yes. And present were you, Investigator Thorpe, at some point came into the meeting, correct?
Investigator Thorpe, I think he was present the entire meeting.
Okay.
It's on video, but from what I remember, he was there the entire time.
Okay. And then I don't want to mess up the young lady's name, so I'm not even going to try, but there was an investigator with the DA's office. Could you say her name correctly?
Cynthia Nwakocha. Cynthia, first name, last name, Nwokocha, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. And Javaris Bradford showed up, correct?
That's correct.
He did not have an attorney.
He did not.
And he showed up to the conference room without an attorney, correct?
Sustained.
Okay. For this meeting, you had video from the Texaco, or was it stills or video?
There were definitely stills. I think it may have, I can't recall if I played motion pictures of the surveillance video or I just had stills. He was at the very least showed still images.
And you told him, in fact, that you were investigating the homicide of Donovan Thomas.
I'm going to have to research the point as to what Mr. Strickland told Mr. Bradford.
Sustained.
To what? I'm not asking what Mr. Bradford told Mr. Sprinkle. I'm asking what Mr. Sprinkle told Mr. Bradford.
Oh, okay. Overruled.
So, adequate statement.
Well, y'all can ask him. He's right here.
Okay. So you told him that there was evidence against him in this case.
I don't recall exactly what I said. I bet I likely said that to him. I would go so far as to say as yes, I did. That would
report. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yes, I'm sure I said that to him because there was.
Okay. And you wanted him to speak to you about who was at the Texaco, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you told him that your supervisor wanted to charge him, but you were holding things off to give him a chance to talk.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Was your supervisor Pat Dutcher at the time?
He was in.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
And sidebar counter 307. Yeah, I see the discussion on the fees with PayPal compared to YouTube. And YouTube provides me with this platform. Without YouTube, I wouldn't be here trying to translate all of this, and you wouldn't watch me. Now, I do upload a bunch of stuff on Rumble, and I sometimes do the thing on Twitter, but mainly, as of today, YouTube is the best platform for this. And that's just the way it is. Let's skip ahead.
Your Honor, based on the court's ruling, I do not have any more questions, and I'll note with like 50 minutes to spare.
That is correct. All right. Is any other defense attorney going to have questions for Mr. Sprinkle?
Briefly.
Okay. All right. I think we can fit in another one or maybe two.
Oh, pay attention, folks. If you haven't seen this, I think it's Doug. Yes, it's Doug.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle, or ADA Sprinkle.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Can I just look at this? You can see this demonstrative, right?
I can.
I'll leave this here. Is that okay?
Mhm.
That's okay. I don't see Mr. Kendrick's phone on there.
That is correct.
So you didn't do any analysis for Mr. Kendrick's phone on January the 10th, 2015.
I was without records to analyze for Mr. Kendrick's phone.
Okay, so you have no records of his phone on that date, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
This is so excellent cross-examination, short to the point, and with the state's demonstrative. You didn't see my client there, do you? No. Thank you.
Next question, Chair.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. How you doing, sir?
Very well, thank you.
I'll actually let you know if I'm okay. Can I ask you some questions?
Well, yes, please.
Thank you. So, I want to just go into a few different topics. When you,
Hey, Casper.
the way this was set up in your office, and you specifically work in this case, I think you made it clear. I'm going to be very brief, but if I'm wrong, just say I got it wrong. Law enforcement officers with whomever, FBI, APD, GBI, whomever is working a case, eventually your office may get involved and summon, or they give to you their work product or their files on the case. Fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
And then what you're doing is, because you're law enforcement, but you're the arm of the attorneys who come to court, you have to look at everything and prepare it, or not prepare it, for any type of charges.
That's right.
All right. And when I say charge, I mean formal charge. I know, ladies and gentlemen, know police can issue warrants, but warrants aren't an official charging document. That would be an accusation or a bill of indictment.
Yes.
When you got, and I'm focused only on this case, obviously, okay? When you get the file, you're getting the files from everybody who touched the case, as far as you could tell, from crime lab.
I have no idea, Gwendolyn, who allegedly photoshopped that picture that was in the evidence. I have no idea. I just noticed it. The claim is from the prosecution that it's the same car and that should be the one who owns it. I have no idea other than that.
From law enforcement, APD, GBI, whomever. I'm not eliminating, I'm not trying to keep out other agencies, but you try to get all those files together.
Well, yeah, I try to get all the documents or whatever media that every agency that investigated the case has. I mean, I want to get as much as possible.
Sure. Now, when you get the APD files, the Atlanta Police Department files, and you start looking at them and reviewing them, I want to ask you if you can remember. Do you remember any notation from Detective Thorpe that he reviewed the McDonald's surveillance video from January 10th, either January 10th, 2015, and he did that on or about January 11th or January 12th, 2015?
I don't, and I feel like I would remember that.
Tell the jurors why you remember that, if you don't mind.
Well, the McDonald's, as they've heard, was the McDonald's at Old Hayville and Cleveland Avenue.
151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yeah, I think that's the address. Whatever, it's at the intersection, at or near the intersection of Old. Yes, I believe that's the address. What you just said, and that was said to be a rendezvous point. the parking lot of which. So I would have remembered I would have remembered it because, first of all, I've never seen that video. I've never seen any surveillance video from McDonald's. So if I were to read something that said from a law enforcement officer said they did review it, I would have said, well, I would have remembered. That would have been a big thing for me. I would want to have had the video. So no, I don't recall any notations from Detective Thorpe about him reviewing the video and not obtaining it, presumably. So no, I don't remember anything like that.
So they are using Mr. Steele is using Mr. Sprinkle to impeach Detective Thorpe. Squirrel brain Detective Thorpe. That's so funny.
That video, if it's working and if it captures the area that this, what was your word, rendezvous? Did you say what you said?
I think so.
Okay. And the rendezvous, according to Mr. Copeland, let's say, it might be others, but at approximately 8 o'clock at night, January 10th, 2015, approximately. Mm-hmm. You could correct me, if my times are off. If that surveillance at the McDonald's captured people actually meeting, then we would know who was actually there and if Mr. Copeland was being straightforward. Is that fair to say?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did Detective Thorpe ever tell you, besides his file, did he tell you that he went out and looked at and saw or tried to see the video from the 10th day of January 2015, approximately 8 o'clock p.m. from the McDonald's?
Yes, sir.
I covered this with Detective Thorpe, and I'm impeaching it.
Overruled.
I don't recall him telling me that. It doesn't mean that he didn't, but I just don't recall it. It just seems like something that would leave a mental impression on me because, again, I would have just thought, well, where's the video? I don't have the video. I would have liked to know that. So I don't think he ever did.
In your experience since, I believe you said 2012, but it might have been 2009, with the DA's office in Fulton County, have you looked at and subpoenaed, whether or a grand jury, or excuse me, a court search warrant, a surveillance video from stores?
I have, yeah.
Have you found that after a certain period of time, some of the video is erased or deleted?
Yes, that's the practice. The videos are all digital. I don't want to say they're all digital. There may still be people using tapes, but every video I've ever seen has been digital, and they only have so much room on the computer system that's storing the video, and eventually will start overwriting itself.
Explain, first of all, this includes 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors what you mean. I know you're comfortable with it, but overriding itself, just explain that process from your experience, knowledge, and work with these.
Well, just like every computer surveillance system, cameras are hooked up to essentially a computer. The footage is recorded digitally and stored on a drive, some sort of media in the computer, but that drive can only store so much data, so many ones and zeros, I suppose. And so once the drive is full, the system is programmed to it's not like a tape where it starts in the beginning of the tape and starts overwriting it, but it starts writing data to the parts of the drive that already have data on it. And over time, the data just starts to rewrite itself. And eventually, after a certain amount of time, all traces of the footage from a certain date will eventually be gone as they've been overwritten by data from other footage.
So just putting that make it simple, on a date. Have you seen a surveillance video that lasts 30 days?
I believe so. I don't want to throw out any names, but there's one place in particular that comes to mind, but it's not relevant here, and I also don't remember exactly, but I do believe that 30 days I have seen before.
Okay. What's a typical days until it starts overriding?
I'm going to just ask an answer speculation about that relates to McDonald's video.
I'm impeaching Detective Thorpe.
I feel maybe 2 weeks. That's always what I kind of mark in my mind as if it's within 2 weeks of an event. I mean, you want to get the video as soon as possible, to be clear, but I really start losing hope after 2 weeks. But again, it depends on it could be a big retail outfit. Now going back to 2015, it may be a little different, and maybe they just have petabytes of storage for their video and it's stored off site. But your typical, like a gas station, particularly in 2015, where it was stored within, probably on a DVR, you're going to want to get that as soon as possible. You can start overwriting after 48 hours.
Okay. And when you say then,
this is excellent impeachment of Detective Thorpe, who claimed that he went there just a couple of days later and they didn't have anything for him. And yeah, it's such a blatant lie. Such a blatant lie. Now, Deja Vu! Deja Vu! Gifted 5 memberships. Eyo! Which gets us to 37 new members today. Congratulations. Say thank you to Deja Vu. And now you also all of you 37 have access to my members-only perks, as in well over 100 hours of members-only content, your own emojis on YouTube, and access to my Discord. The link is in the community section on YouTube. All right, let's continue. And thank you again.
And it writes it over. So if it's, I'm just using 2 weeks, okay? January 1, 2015, 2 weeks would go to approximately January 14, 2015.
Right.
On January 15, 2015, does the entirety, in your experience and your dealing with this, does the entirety of everything in those 2 weeks go away, or is it on a rolling basis?
Don't you object to ask an answer on it?
Not of this witness.
And speculation as to this witness.
He's asking within his experience, overruled.
Well, okay, so are we talking about one location and one, if we're talking about surveillance footage, one location and one computer system, we're talking about the entire world of surveillance footage?
McDonald's, 2015, January 10th, surveillance, just typical McDonald's, your experience, hypothetically 2 weeks. I want to know on the 15th day, so I'm just after the 2 weeks, what you're explaining to jury, does day 1, January 1 override, or the entirety from January 1 to 2014? That's my question.
To lack of foundation at this point.
Sustained.
In your experience with the 2 week camera, does it override just 1 day at a time? As the next day comes in, the first day's gone?
Vague as to your experience to a camera in a 2 week period. Any camera? I mean,
Sustained.
When you say override, tell the jurors what you meant by that.
asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't believe he just.
Yeah, he
used the
did.
word.
He explained it in detail.
All right. Did you or any of your members of your team, I'm including the prosecution team, you understand what I'm asking?
Mhm.
So prosecution team, all law enforcement, GBI crime lab, your office, whomever, okay? FBI. Did you ever find out from any source that McDonald's, how long, if at all, they had that surveillance video?
The record retention period for surveillance video, if I knew it, I don't remember it now. So no, I can't answer. I don't know what their retention period was back then, nor do I know what it is now.
Did you ever hear from a detective, you know who Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, they worked together, gang unit, 2015, January?
Yes, I know them.
Okay. Did they ever tell you or put in writing in any way that they went to the McDonald's in June 11, 2015 and inquired about the surveillance?
Objection, hearsay.
I am impeaching Detective Gaither's testimony.
And who are you asking about at this point?
Detective Gaither, January 11, 2015, going to McDonald's and inquiring about the video.
And that is hearsay, and it's not impeachment unless they specifically confronted Detective
Sustained.
Gaither
I did confront Detective
Gaither?
Gaither.
with
Yes.
telling Mr. Sprinkle as to whether they got video surveillance footage or not.
I want to know if it's in, I want to know if it's in the
Detective Gaither was
records.
not confronted with that.
Okay, sustained.
I want to know if it's in the records.
That wouldn't be, then that would, rephrase your question. That question, the objection is sustained.
Do you have any information from any source that you looked at in your records, conversations that Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis went to the McDonald's on the day after interviewing Kenneth Copeland, June 11, 2015, and inquired about their surveillance equipment?
No, I have no notes that indicate that, and I have no memory of any conversations that I had with them where they told me that they did.
Did you ever obtain personally or have a member of your team, or it was done before you got involved, Sky House, you know, the condominium that Mr. Williams was living at in January 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Any surveillance from there?
No.
How about the Green Store? Any surveillance at the Green Store that Kenneth Copeland states that he was there, personally there, at and around the time of the killing of Donovan Thomas? Any surveillance from there?
No, no surveillance.
Did you or members of the prosecution team, I'm including all law enforcement, ever interview the people or persons that Kenneth Copeland said in June 10, 2015 that he was with at the Green Store at the time around Mr. Donovan Thomas's murder?
Well, there's a little Rick that he mentioned, if I remember correctly. No, I didn't, nor do I know if law enforcement did. No.
How many cell phones did Kenneth Copeland have access to that he can use on January 10th, 2015?
All I know of is the one that I testified to.
And you do know that Kenneth Copeland testified in this court, and if you don't know, just say I don't know, that he had multiple cell phones.
I'm going to object at the rule of
I
sequestration.
mean, I would hope he doesn't know.
Okay.
He's a
Do you
witness in this case.
have knowledge that Mr. Copeland did not have 2 or more cell phones on January 10th, 2015 through your investigation?
Asked and answered. He just answered that question that he only knew of the one cell phone.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Phone records that you talked about at length with the Honorable Mr. Body,
through your analysis? And what you were given and subpoenaed more phone records, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Those phone records give a general whereabout of where a handset is located, if it's working properly, if the records are accurate, I'm assuming all that, where a phone set would be in relation to its cell phone tower. Is that fair to say?
Right, just the approximate area that the phone would be located based on the tower that it utilized.
And in your experience, if you know, and if you don't know, just say, I don't want to testify to this. That area could be how many miles, how many feet, do you know? And we're talking about Atlanta, January 2015. And please, I'm not trying to put you out on a limb. I know you're under oath.
Well, I don't know that anybody could testify as to the exact square footage of the area, but it suffices to say it's not like GPS. It's a large area, probably, like over a mile.
Could be multiple miles.
Could be.
And jurors may not understand what you meant by it's not like GPS. Just explain that.
Well, like a point on a map. Like, in other words, when you get phone records, you don't have a log of the exact locations of a cellular device, like a pinpoint that you could put on the map that the phone was right here. Like, for example, I have a phone on me. If you were to get my phone records, it wouldn't show my phone sitting right here in the witness stand. It would show that it was using the tower next to the courthouse or near the courthouse, down the street, wherever, but it's not exactly.
Now, are you aware from your review of your records as you've been testifying and the recordings that Kenneth Copeland met with Detective Thorpe, Homicide Detective Thorpe, on the early morning hours of January 11, 2015?
Yes, I do recall Kenneth Copeland traveled to the precinct or arrived at the precinct and spoke with Detective Thorpe, yes.
And did you remember seeing that video? Did you ever watch that, and do you have a memory of that video encounter?
I believe so. It's been a while. I don't recall that video being all that important to me. I remember summarizing it, so I must have watched it, yes.
Do you remember Kenneth Copeland had a cell phone on the desk when he was speaking with Detective Thorpe?
That I don't remember. I'd have to take a look at the video.
Well, the jurors have seen it, so we're good. Do you remember Kenneth Copeland explaining that he knew that cell phones can give an area on January 11, 2015, explaining to Detective Thorpe that he was aware that check the cell phone records, check the cell phone, it'll show it's in this area. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember somebody saying that during I can't say that I remember if it was him, though.
All right. Let me ask you this. The cell phone records that we have here, unfortunately, don't give the actual communication. They might say handset of Kenneth Copeland, speaks with a handset of Natasha Williams, but we don't know what's being said according to these records. Fair to say?
That's correct.
Now, with regards to Nyesha Williams, Nyisha Williams, typical spelling. Do you know that person?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember seeking and obtaining and subpoenaing cellular telephone records for Nyesha Williams?
I do remember doing that.
And do you remember why you did that?
They appeared in there was a number that appeared in Kenneth Copeland's cell phone records that evening. And when I say that evening, I mean the evening of January 10th, 2015. And specifically, so I'm clear here, it was 404-621-0102. I'm looking at Kenneth Copeland's records to refresh my recollection. And because of the times that there were phone calls sent or transmitted and received by that number, I thought it was relevant. So I subpoenaed both the call logs and the subscriber information. The subscriber information was the name of Nyesha Williams.
And sometimes people can, there's nothing wrong with it, people can use a cell phone that's not registered in their name for various reasons. Is that fair to say?
It's very fair to say. It happens all the time.
So Nyesha Williams, I'm just using that name since we're using it. She could be on the Verizon call as a registered person, but she can freely give me her cell phone and I could use it all the time.
That's right.
But it would come back if somebody like you subpoenaed it, it would look like it's Nyesha Williams' call. In the name doesn't mean she's using the phone.
That's right.
And you, through your research, took Kenneth Copeland's statements on June 10th, 2015. And when he said he called Mr. Garlington, you wanted to know what number Mr. Garlington was using then. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And through your deduction, whether it's right or wrong, you said the Nyesha Williams registered phone might have been in the custody, control, and use of Demeke and Garlington.
It's possible, but I do not know.
I'm not saying anyone knows, but that was your deduction.
That's right.
And that's why you then targeted the jail records for Nyesha Williams' registered phone, because you thought it may relate to Mr. Garlington.
Do you mean the cell phone records for her phone?
Did I say that?
I think you said jail records, but yes, I obtained the cell phone records.
I said jail records. I meant cell phone records.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you obtained those records, you specifically did not request, you testified to this before, you specifically did not request historical cell site location data for Naisha Williams' phone.
That's correct.
And what that means to the jurors who may know what it is, but don't, that means you don't get the longitude and latitude of which tower that phone is employing at the time of the handset speaking with the cell tower, then it goes to switching station.
That's essentially right. You just get a log of incoming and outgoing calls, the times, the numbers, but the columns that tell you the location of the tower that was utilized, you don't get that. You need a search warrant for that.
Did you ever exclude the Naisha Williams cell phone as a phone Mr. Garlington was using on the night of January 10, 2015?
Did I ever conclude that it was not his phone? Or the phone that he was using, rather?
I meant his phone is using.
No, I never definitively concluded that he was or was not using that phone.
And if, as you believed or hunched or were doing your work, Mr. Garlington was using that phone registered to Naisha Williams, then you can track at least what calls were being made at what times. Is that fair to say?
Speculation on if it belongs to God.
All right, go ahead. You can answer.
You mean I can at least see the phone,
Yes.
like the list of calls that were sent and received, text messages sent and received by the phone, the handset?
Sure. Yes.
Yes, I believe I obtained those records.
All right. Now, Mr. Copeland stated on June 10th, 2015, from the McDonald's, that he was in his car at some point, along with Mr. Garlington and along with Mr. McMullen, Demise McMullins, also known as Nard.
If I remember correctly, I think you said it was his brother, Rontrez Brock's Dodge Charger. But yes, all three of them were at the McDonald's in that car. A car that he had possession of. Kenneth Copeland did, that is.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland said that I'm not saying it's true, but Kenneth Copeland said on June 10th, 2015, he left the McDonald's. I'm using 8 o'clock. If I'm wrong, just correct my time, but approximately 8 o'clock. He was driving the vehicle, the Charger, along with Mr. Garlington in the front passenger seat and Mr. McMullen or Nard in the rear driver's seat.
That sounds right, yeah. I don't recall what the exact seating arrangement was, but the occupants of the vehicle, that sounds correct.
And then he has that car, the Charger, going up, following another vehicle, a white Nitro, to around Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condo.
That's what he said.
And did you look, when analyzing the calls from Naisha Williams, records rather, from Naisha Williams, and realize that during that relevant period of time on the supposed drive from McDonald's to the Sky House, the Naisha Williams call that's potentially with Mr. Garlington and the Mr. McMullen calls, the number associated with Mr. McMullen, were in communication with each other?
Are you asking me, did Mr. McMullen and the phone subscribed to by somebody named Naisha Williams communicate?
At the relevant time of when supposedly Mr. Copeland is driving them together in the same car to the Sky House? Yes, that's my question.
I don't recall. I do recall Mr. McMullen was a very frequently contacted number within the Naisha Williams phone records. I don't, but I don't have. Well, I do have Mr. McMullen.
If you could check it, I'd appreciate it. And just tell the jurors whether at the time they're supposedly in the same exact car, these two phone numbers of the Naisha Williams and the Mr. McMullen are communicating together according to phone records.
Okay, so we have what?
Mr. McMullen's exhibit, what exhibit number it is?
Can you use what exhibit you're using?
Is that an exhibit, or
It's already in evidence.
does he know what exhibit number it is?
Do you have an exhibit number? Are you looking at an actual?
I think he may, well, y'all can clarify it, but is there an exhibit number on what you're looking at?
No, I just brought the phone, print about from the court.
This is, what is it that you're looking at?
The phone records for 470-217-6080, Demise McMullen.
Okay, does anybody know what exhibit number that is?
Yes, 464Y.
Thank you.
Mr. Steele requested during my direct.
Okay.
I didn't want it during his cross.
Okay, so what I see here is at 7:59 p.m. on January 10th, 2015.
Just do me a favor, because you're looking down. Can you just go a little slower?
Yes. What I see.
Actually, let me stop. How much longer is your examination of this witness going to be?
45 minutes.
All right, let's stop and break for lunch.
To an hour and a half, because I don't want to.
All right, I'll see y'all back at. Let's be back at 1:45.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Now there's lunchtime over there, and I'm feeling like you've been so nice with the likes and everything that you deserve a court lunchtime wheel of regrets. It's actually every 25 gifted memberships or the equivalent in super chats or via PayPal. So, you deserve another one. Dun, 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 the wheel of regrets. Not again, not again. Move over, move over. Power shot. And the sour shot is sour cola. Now, after the initial sour bit, it's actually quite decent. But yeah, the sour is really sour. That was a close one. And it is in my trusted Bucky's shot glass. Cheers. Ooh. Whew. Welcome to your local entertainment. Oh, and thank you to the world's end for your £2 super chat. Says thank you, Nick. Kind mods and all in chat. Cheers, folks. Cheers, folks. Mods. Yeah, mods. All right. And through the magic of recap, we can skip ahead.
We were,
Thank
you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good afternoon.
I think we were at a point where you were about to testify, I believe, obviously, tell me I'm wrong, that at 7:59 p.m., according to the phone records, Aisha Williams' associated phone, who may be Mr. Garlington's phone, handset that he had, connected to Mr. McMullen or Nard. And just if I'm wrong, I didn't mean to be wrong, just correct it.
Yes. So I see that actually there's a call at 7:53 p.m.
And just to make sure we're oriented, this is all Eastern Standard Time, and we're talking about January 10th, 2015.
Yes, right. Eastern Standard Time, January 10th, 2015. So I see a call from the handset associated with Demise McMullen to the handset associated with a subscriber named Naisha Williams at 7:53 p.m. I then see that at 7:59 p.m., and I believe that's where we left off, that the handset associated with Naisha Williams calls the handset associated with Demise McMullen. And again, that's at 7:59. And then I don't see another call between those two handsets, at least of the variant that would appear in phone records, until 11:01, when Naisha Williams, when looks like the handset associated with Demise McMullen calls Naisha Williams. The handset.
Now, from your view, the reason we even got Naisha Williams is because Kenneth Copeland gave a statement on June 10, 2015, articulating that he made calls at a certain time to the handset of Mr. Garlington. And you deducted potentially that would coincide with Naisha Williams' handset.
Yes, I thought that was a possibility. But like I said before, he also said that he called Mr. Garlington on FaceTime. Now, he didn't specify if all the calls were FaceTime calls. Some were voice calls that would show up on cell phone records. But apparently there were multiple ways that, according to Mr. Copeland anyway, that he would have contacted Mr. Garlington. So I surmise that based on the time of the calls, that perhaps this 404-621-0102 number that was subscribed to by somebody named Naisha Williams may have been Garlington. But again, I don't know.
I understand. And I appreciate you telling and educating the jurors. Now, Mr. Copeland said around the 8 o'clock time, so 7:53, 7:59, I'm including that time, that he was in a car with Mr. Garlington and Mr. McMullen, also known as Nard.
So I don't recall Mr. Copeland pinpointing the exact times that any of these things happened. We may just have to deduce it based on everything else in the case. So to be exact, I don't know that he ever said, I was in a car with these people at this exact time.
Let me do it a little differently then. From the McDonald's going to the Sky House, he had traveling with him Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard.
Yes.
According to Mr. Copeland.
Mhm.
Okay. But you have the handsets of Naisha Williams and the handset of Demise McMullen, also known as Nard, contacting one another around the times that this Mr. Copeland's car would be traveling from the McDonald's to the Sky House, if he's true.
That is correct.
All right. Do you know of a reason that people would call one handset to another handset in the same car?
Objection, false speculation.
Sustained.
All right. Let's go to Mr. Copeland's claim on June 10, 2015, that he traveled with his phone that we have, that he says he had with him, from the McDonald's to Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condominium on January 10th, 2015, approximately. I'm using 8 o'clock time. I understand 7:53, whatever, but around that time. Do you have any phone records to show on Mr. Copeland's phone that he says he had with him that he was ever using a tower near the Sky House of Jeffrey Williams after leaving the cell tower of the McDonald's on the evening of January 10, 2015?
From what I remember, he did use a tower near the Sky House at 11:14 p.m. that evening. But that's what I recall. I mean, obviously the records are in evidence, but yeah, 11:14, short answer.
But according to Mr. Copeland, he's leaving the McDonald's and driving to the Jeffrey Williams condominium located at the Sky House on the exact date and time that we're talking about, and he went directly there.
I don't know. That's what I recall. He did say, I don't know if he said we went directly there, or if he just omitted that they made pit stops along the way, but my recollection was that the short answer to your question is I don't know if he said they went directly there or not, or if that's what he meant to say. But yes, the phone didn't travel from the McDonald's directly to the Sky House.
Okay. And Mr. Copeland also told law enforcement on June 10, 2015, that from the McDonald's at the appropriate time that we're talking about and date we're talking about, on the way to the Sky House, he followed the vehicle that contained Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Kelvin Treadwell and others. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. And Kevin Treadwell's nickname would be OG Bentley. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Understanding Mr. Kelvin Treadwell's phone records. Does Mr. Treadwell's phone records indicate that he is at or near a tower by Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condominium on June 10th, 2015, after being down by the McDonald's area?
Do you mean January 10th, 2015?
What did I say?
June 10th.
No. I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct.
Okay. I do not. I'm referring to my report to refresh my recollection, but I don't recall seeing that Mr. Treadwell's handset pinged off a tower near these Sky House condominiums.
All right. Do you have any, if you're looking to, I'll wait for you, I apologize.
All right. Yeah, I'm done.
You stand by your answer?
I stand by my answer.
Okay. Do you have any physical evidence, eyewitness, surveillance video that Mr. Treadwell, Kelvin Treadwell, actually had the killing weapon or the other weapons that were used at the time of the shooting of Donovan Thomas and the other two people, as stated by Mr. Kenneth Copeland on June 10, 2015?
The speculation and developments, how the footage would know, phone records would put guns anyway.
Objection, Your Honor, to the speaking.
Okay, well, he's making a whole lot of objections, so overruled as to relevance, and he's not limited to the phone records, so overruled on that. And what was the other one?
Background evidence,
Sustained.
There's been 10, okay. Do you remember Mr. Copeland stating that Mr. Treadwell had, or OG Bentley, also known as OG Bentley, had guns that were used in the shooting of Donovan Thomas and the other two people in his car given to him around the McDonald's 2010 that we're talking about?
Yes, he said that.
Do you have any physical evidence, surveillance evidence, anything to corroborate that those guns were actually in that car at any time, or given to Mr. Treadwell?
No.
All right. Now, I want to ask you to educate the jurors if you are aware of what a geofence is. If you're not aware, just say, I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm aware of what geofence is. I'm aware of what a geofence is. If we're talking about the variant that Google produces, yes.
Can you explain to the jurors
This is so amazing. Mr. Sprinkle is so proud of his supposed excellence. He really doesn't care who's asking the questions. If he knows it, he will tell you.
What is a geofence and how it works and how you use it in your everyday or whenever it's needed in your duties as a district attorney working with law enforcement.
Okay, so basically, Google has compiled over the years the general locations of Wi-Fi signals, and there's a variety of means that they've done this, but it suffices to say that Google has a database that has a set of points that define roughly, or maybe exactly, the boundaries of Wi-Fi signals, maybe cell phone. I mean, this is, I don't work for Google, but this is what I've come to understand. And that based on this, Google, if you have an Android device in particular, with location services turned on, Google can approximate your location because while you may not be connected to a certain Wi-Fi network, your phone can nevertheless see the Wi-Fi network. So if your phone can see a Wi-Fi network, and Google, because like I said, they know where the Wi-Fi networks are generally, then Google has a pretty good idea where your phone might be at a certain time.
In this case, if you know, was a Google fence analysis and search warrant taken out for the phone, targeting the phone of Jeffrey Williams that he had on him on the 10th day of January 2015?
No, there was no geofence warrant done for Mr. Williams' phone that I know of.
Let me ask you just to refresh your memory, if it does refresh your memory.
I know there was a geofence warrant done, but a warrant specific to Mr. Williams' phone, I don't recall that. But if you have something to refresh my memory, maybe that will help.
What number do you have for Jeffrey Williams' cell phone, January 10th, 2015, if you don't mind?
Well, there's one that ends in 3904 and one that ends in 9596.
Let me show you, just for purposes of seeing if this refreshes your memory. If it doesn't.
You may.
I'm showing you a document. Do not, may I approach you?
Yes.
Just give me a peek at it. Just tell me if you've seen it before, and if you were involved in it, and if it refreshes your memory, and if it doesn't, tell me that as well. And on the second page, second to last paragraph, you should see that phone number you just articulated.
I have not seen this. I was aware that I know who this investigator is. I was vaguely aware he was working on things like this, but this was not a search warrant that I drafted.
All right. You weren't involved in that part of this investigation?
I recall looking at a warrant that he did for a geofence, but that's not what this is. I don't know. I see what maybe he was trying to do, but I don't recall ever seeing that warrant.
All right. Now, may I retrieve the document?
You may.
I will not ask you about this, okay? Okay. All right. Let me ask you this. Are you aware, in your involvement in this case, whether you, your office, your prosecution team, the whole group, ever tracked the cell phone associated with Kelvin Watts, also known as, do you remember his?
I do remember. I know who Kelvin Watts.
Del Shell, same person?
Yeah, I know who he is. Yes.
Okay. Tracking his cell phone historic data related to these shootings in 2015.
Well, for Mr. Watts, the one case that I recall was a shooting of a fatal shooting of a young lady named Tiara Jones. We did have phone tower logs, and that would have been September 2015, but that's the only case I remember.
Did you or your coworkers, the prosecution team, ever analyze the cell phone historic data records for Kenneth Copeland's phone from these shootings in 2014 through 2015?
Well, apart from what we're talking about right here, January 10, 2015, I don't recall now.
All right. Do you remember on phone records, getting phone records or viewing phone records of a young lady named Alexis Greer, also known either as Max, also known as Dolly? Do you know who I'm talking about?
I do.
All right. And through your investigation, you believe, if you don't know, just say Jeffrey Williams' sister,
Yes.
older sister?
That was my understanding, yes.
All right. Do you remember that at 12:04 a.m. on the 11th day of January 2015, the handset or cell phone associated with Alexis Greer, Max, Dolly Greer, same person, called 911?
I don't recall that. If I ordered her phone records, if it's in there, I'm sure it's true, but I don't remember that specific 911 call. Yeah, I don't remember that.
All right. But let me ask you a different question then. Did you ever get, or the prosecution teams, I'm including everybody, did you, to your knowledge, ever obtain the actual 911 call from a handset associated with Alexis Greer, the actual words?
No, I don't recall anything about this 911 call, so I can't imagine that we obtained it unless it's just completely slipped my mind. But no, I don't remember that.
Let me just show you something, see if it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, just say it does not help, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yeah,
this for a
ma'am.
minute? It's going to be behind you, Mrs. Greer. I'm going to walk right behind you, okay?
The notifications for my streams are absolute horse crap. I will try to show you here for an earlier stream. Let's go back to day 143. Analysis. Dun, dun, dun. All right, I'm sharing this here. Let's see if you can see it. I will make it a bit larger. Hold on. Notifications. 5.6% of the people notified actually tuned in via the notification. So yeah, notification on YouTube is so bad. It's basically non-working. So most people get, because I show my live shows, if you refresh your YouTube page on occasion, then I might show up. And if you do the scroll on, let me show you. The left side on YouTube homepage, if you have the same as I do, you might see it here under subscriptions. There is where I got get the majority of my views, is people finding me like that. All right, let's get back to trial.
Your Honor, may I just already use as a demonstrative? May I publish?
You may.
For one moment. Mr. Sprinkle, I'm just going to pull this up if that's okay with you. Okay. And if I block you, I can just let you know. Do you see on here, can you read that exhibit number? It says exhibit 533YF. Showing that to the jury, Your Honor. And I am looking on here specifically at the fourth line there. Do you see that 911 says 104 seconds?
I do. I see that.
And do you see the 1990?
I do.
Do you know if that corresponds to Dolly Greer? I can help you with that.
Yeah, I might need my memory refreshed. I don't recall.
It's right here. I'm just going to pull this back. It's on this one. Okay, I see that. Can you just do me a favor, since I'm showing it to you, can you read the Exhibit number?
It is 533Y, it's an A.
Okay, and who's the 1990 number associated with it?
Dolly Greer.
All right. My question then, does this in any way help you to remember whether you, let me go.
Mr. Jingle, why do you have this? You have this. Why do you keep scratching my share? Mr. Jingles, you have this. Yes, you have that. Yeah, you have that.
Yell at you. Does that help you with whether you or your coworkers ever had possession of that 911 call? The actual, I'm talking about, this is 911 and here's a recording.
Right, I don't recall that.
How long a 911 call is kept by APD? If you know.
1 year is what I've always, unless that retention period has changed, 1 year is what I've always known them to keep them.
Okay. I want to ask you, you were asked by the Honorable Mr. Body a couple of questions about listening to or being present at, actually, interviews of Mr. Zachary, also known as Little D.
That's correct.
All right. And there's two Little Ds. Earlier I was saying Mr. Garlington, he's also Little D. Fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. I'm now talking about Mr. Zachary,
Yes.
also known as another Little D. All right. You were present at the April 13, 2017 recorded interview with Mr. Zachary. Fair to say?
Yes, I was there.
And you were there with other law enforcement, including Detective Thorpe, Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither. I believe if I'm leaving someone out, I'm not trying to.
Yes, that's correct.
You were not present for the August 5, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, but you've referenced it today with Mr. Body and you've reviewed that. Fair to say?
That's right.
That's also audio video. Fair?
That's correct.
In the August 5th, 2015 interview that you recorded, that you reviewed, that was recorded that you reviewed, did Mr. Zachary make it clear that Mr. Williams did not know about the killing of Donovan Thomas till afterwards?
From what I remember, yes, he did talk. Yes, the short answer to your question is yes.
In the April 13, 2017 interview with Mr. Zachary, did he say something similar?
I don't recall how much detail we went into him on that, but yes, from what I remember, he said the same thing. He at no point implicated Mr. Williams.
I'm going to ask you the same exact question, the same dates. We'll take them one at a time if it's okay with you. Start with the August 5, 2015 recording that you reviewed first. The tour bus shooting of a gentleman, a phenomenal artist, Dwayne Carter, also known as Lil Wayne. You know who I'm talking about?
I do.
All right, that's April 26, 2015 date, the shooting of the tour bus?
Oh, yes, yeah, April 2015. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Mr. Zachary, at the August 5th, 2015 interview, you were not present for, but you reviewed, said that Mr. Williams had no involvement in that whatsoever, and Lil Wayne, Jeffrey Williams idolizes Lil Wayne?
I don't remember, since I wasn't working on that case, so I don't remember exactly what he said, but I do remember him mentioning it, and he did not mention that Mr. Williams was involved.
Same question for you, April 13, 2017. If it came up, tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, Mr. Zachary again stated Mr. Williams was not involved in the shooting bus of that tour bus.
That I don't recall it coming up during that interview.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you remember Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland was responsible for shooting TIG? Do you know what TIG Studios is? You know what I'm talking about?
Metropolitan Parkway?
Yeah, 675?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that Mr. Copeland fired bullets into that establishment?
Objection, Your Honor, that's not something.
Okay, I need you to speak up a little bit.
Objection, facts not evidence.
It's in the recording that was played for the jury, that was reviewed by Mr. Sprinkle, and Mr. Abadi asked Mr. Sprinkle about that same interview.
That's not my recollection of how.
Sustained.
Judge, you should not rely on Mr. Abatai's recollection of things. Let me bring up a little something here. This is from Andrew Fleischman's Twitter. Let me get bigger one. This is from Georgia Supreme Court. At the hearing on the motion, Glenn testified as follows. At the time of Thomas' trial, she had a pending shoplifting charge from Carroll County, which would be a felony because of her prior shoplifting convictions. The prosecutor who tried Thomas's case, Fulton County Assistant District Attorney Adam Abattai, came to her house with an investigator about 2 weeks before the trial to ask her about Altima. Glenn told Abattai that she did not remember if Thomas had the Altima on the night of the murder. Abattai told her that if she did not cooperate, she and her mother would be subpoenaed. After that interview, Glenn talked to the attorney representing her on the shoplifting charge and decided to meet with the prosecutor again. She talked to Abattai at the courthouse during Thomas's trial. During that discussion, Abattai noted that he was aware of Glenn's pending felony charge and said, quote, "I'm sure you don't want to go to jail," end quote. He then told Glenn that if she answered the state's questions, quote, "as they wanted her to answer them, then her case will go away," end quote. On cross-examination at the hearing, Glenn testified that her trial testimony was not true, but she did not provide more details. So that is from I believe this is Miss Merchant reference, because Mr. Abattai called her a liar on Thursday. And Ashley says, "I don't lie, and because I don't lie, I don't get publicly shamed by Georgia's highest court for lying. That honor is reserved for Mr. Abattai." So yeah, I wouldn't trust Abattai at all. Yeah. Welcome to Fulton County's District Attorney's Office, where they lie and cheat all the time. Let's go back to trial.
Do you recall Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland and Tay, do you know who Tay is? Tay, T-A-Y. I'm spelling T-A-Y.
Which Tay?
Threat.
No, I don't recall this.
You don't remember?
I do not remember this.
Do you remember Mr. Zachary stated that Mr. Copeland and another person were responsible for shooting Rich Shomiquan's father at the barbershop? Different barbershop, not the January 10th, 2015.
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. All right, let's talk about all the work that you talked about here and your studies, and I'm not mentioning everything, but your interviews, reviewing interviews, cell phone plotting, videos, all your work, okay? Then at some point, do you remember the date in 2018 you interviewed Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, O.J. Bentley? Do you remember that?
Which day was this again?
2018.
Oh, right. Yes, I do remember that. Yes, that was another matter, but yeah, I do remember it.
And do you remember stating that you can't understand why people think that Thug, I call him Jeffrey, had something to do with the killing of Nut, I call him Mr. Thomas? That doesn't make sense? That's a thing that always confused me about this case, because all these rumors started immediately that Young Thug had something to do with it. But yeah, then Young Thug put a picture of him on Instagram, Mr. Thomas. So I'm looking at these people saying, oh, you and Little Woody had something to do with it. The more investigated the case, the more I've investigated the case, I just don't, near as I could tell, Young Thug and Birdman were friends with Mr. Thomas or Nut. So I don't know why people say that he was involved.
Well, I recorded the interview, so I'm assuming that's a verbatim quote. I don't have everything I said during that interview memorized, but I'm assuming that, like I said, since you're reading from a transcript, that yeah, I said that.
Okay. All right. The jurors may not, they're getting insight now into how jail phones work, jail recordings work, things like that. But I'd like you to explain to them, if you know, people who visit people at the jail, 2015, okay? If you know, can you yourself, you're a lawyer, can you actually physically go into the jail, you know, with permission, everything's lawful, it's ethical, I'm not suggesting anything, and actually get up on a floor and meet with someone who, God forbid, is in custody? Have you done that before?
At the Fulton County Jail?
Fulton County Jail. Thank you.
No, I've never done it. Now, I don't have clients. I'm not a defense attorney. But I can tell you as a prosecutor, I've met with people at the jail, but it's never been in the pods. It's in the library.
Sure. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Just get access to the jail and meet with a human being who's, God forbid, incarcerated. You've done that before?
I've done that before.
Do you know whether the jail in 2015 now had surveillance for people walking in and out of the jail? I'm talking about the common area, walking in and out of jail, if you know.
I do not know because I don't recall ever seeing footage, not on this matter or any other matter from that area. It would seem logical that they would, but I can't say that I have personal knowledge that they did.
How about when a person, we could use you, so your personal knowledge, in 2015, if this happened to you, going into the Fulton County Jail to see somebody, in custody, have to sign in any paperwork, show your ID?
Yes, that you have to do.
All right. And to your knowledge, is that saved by law enforcement? The jail?
From what I remember, it was the sort of paper that it would create it was like a carbon paper, the kind of paper that it would make a copy of it when you write on it. So they'd give you a copy and then they retain the copy with the impression left from the original. Now, as to what their record keeping practices are at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, that I don't know. All I know is they had it set up so they would keep a copy. I can say that, but I don't know what their record retention was after that.
And for people who may not know, who's in charge of, who is constitutionally in charge of running the Fulton County Jail?
I'm going to object to relevance of this.
Sustained?
All right. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Sure.
Do you know whether the sheriff officials ever log? Do you know what Odyssey is?
I do.
Just tell the jurors what Odyssey is.
It's a database. It's just a piece of software made by a company called Tyler Technologies. I believe they're out of Texas. And it's used here by the staff in the Fulton County Justice System, staff at the DA's office, the courts, and the jail. And it's basically just all of the data. All the cases in the system are maintained in this Odyssey database. The DA's office keeps their records, part of their records anyway, in the Odyssey database, and the jail keeps their records in this database.
Does the jail on Odyssey, you can access that?
I'm going to object to relevance again.
Sustained, as far as I can tell.
Okay. People visiting people in the jail, is that also on Odyssey?
Yeah.
I'm going to object to relevance.
It'll come up with the witness in the future.
All right, I'll give you some latitude.
So yes, there is in the what's called the jail module. When you click on a booking number, there will be a tab called contacts, and I've seen entries made. Now,
yesterday on the Friday panel show with Katt Williams and Sadie Nash, I said Mr. Steele has been setting things up for quite a while. Probably the first 4 or 5 months of him questioning certain witnesses, especially cops, was about setting them up for later. Now, Mr. Steele is starting to impeach the state's, especially cops, starting to impeach those witnesses. And it's been really interesting to follow that journey with Mr. Steele, how much he has set up for the future. And while he's here, while he is impeaching Thorpe, Gaither, Dennis with Mr. Sprinkle and his testimony, he is still setting stuff up for future witnesses.
the reason why I'm going to hesitate a little bit here is, and I can't remember exactly when, but I from what I remember, there have been times when I knew a visit was made and it didn't get logged. Everything in Odyssey has to be entered by a human. Well, maybe not everything, but something like contacts would have to be entered by a human. So the data is only as good as the people are tasked with entering it. So yes, I can tell you this. There is in the jail module that the sheriff's office maintains, there is an area for them to enter data regarding the date and time of the contact and who came to contact that person. But I don't know that every single contact they're diligent about logging every single one, or if there are variants of contacts that they don't log, you'd have to ask somebody from the sheriff's office about that.
Mr. Sprinkle, as always, thank you so much. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, are there other defense counsel with?
Yeah, more or less, this entire impeachment of prior witnesses, questioning Mr. Sprinkle, Mr. Sprinkle basically says out loud he never considered Jeffrey Williams as a suspect in anything. Never. Never.
Questions for this witness? Is there redirect? Oh, you do. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, more confirmation.
ADA, Michael Sprinkle, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I have a few questions for you. When you testified some days and weeks ago, you were giving the jury some background in terms of how long you've been with the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And you talked about some of the various roles that you've had in the district attorney's office. You've been in the complaint room, right?
That's right.
And in recent years, I think you said from the last several years, you've had a dual role as both the prosecutor and an investigator, right?
Well, so I haven't been given the title of investigator. You know, I'm not post-certified, so calling me an investigator is more of I guess you can call me that informally, just because because of what I'm tasked with doing for the DA's office. I necessarily am investigating things, but I'm not. As far as my employment is concerned, I'm not on paper an investigator. I'm just a prosecutor, an attorney.
Understood. So you're a prosecutor, but some of your tasks in the prosecutor's office involves some investigations.
That's right.
Fair enough. Okay. Now, you testified in days and weeks ago that sometimes a detective, law enforcement officer, when they make an initial arrest, sometimes they'll hand a file over to the prosecutor's office, to the district attorney's office, and you testified that sometimes after they make an arrest, they feel their work is complete. You remember saying that?
I remember saying that, yes.
Okay. In other words, the detective believes that after they make the arrest, based on your statement, that their file is done, they've gotten an arrest, and they'll hand it over to you guys.
I've definitely seen that, yes.
Okay. And when your office gets it, it sounds like either an investigator who has that official term investigator, or someone like yourself, a prosecutor who informally has the role of investigations, will pick up the file, blow it off, and continue some investigations in the particular file. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, some of the things that you would expect to see when you get a file from the police department, from law enforcement, you would expect to see police statements from witnesses, right?
Yes.
A lot of times you might want to see video surveillance if it's there, if it's available, right?
That's right.
Sometimes text messages, phone records, things of that nature.
That's right.
When it's not there, you'll then.
I'm going to object to ask and answer.
Sustained.
So when those items are not there, you get the file, or someone in your stead will get the file and continue the work of investigations. Now, in this particular case, I want to talk to you about a specific time frame around April 26 or so, 2019, an alleged armed robbery that is supposed to have occurred at 741 Morosco Drive Northeast, 12:39 a.m. in the morning. Do you know anything about a case involving an armed robbery of supposedly involving Mr. Marquavius Huey concerning that particular time frame?
I don't have that exact date and time memorized. I'm familiar with Mr. Huey. That address sounds familiar, but I don't remember the facts of the case.
Okay. So that being said, without having that memory, so you don't recall you specifically doing any investigations concerning requesting any potential video surveillance of any VIC cameras in that area of 741 Morosco Drive?
No, I'm afraid I don't, unless you have something to refresh my memory. I don't.
I'm not saying you do, or it's not a trick question.
Yeah, no, I don't.
You were involved. I'm asking you if you were. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't have any memory of that.
Okay. Are you familiar with Google image search capacity?
Yes, when you upload an image into Google and it tries to find like images.
Yes. To your knowledge, well, you didn't take any actions or do any actions on the alleged armed robbery from April 26, 2019. I think you've already indicated that. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want to say I didn't. I just can't. I just don't remember. Some of those dates and the locations sound familiar, but I also have dealt with hundreds of cases, so I could be getting cases mixed up. If just a date and time and address isn't enough to go on, so I just don't remember.
Okay, and so as we sit here today, you can't tell the jury that you specifically, you yourself, were involved with any investigation, to your knowledge, for an April 26, 2019 alleged armed robbery at 741 Morosco Drive. Is that fair?
Sustained.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Redirect.
Mr. Sprinkle, back in 2019, were you assigned to the major case division that handles homicides and particular homicides only? Back in 2019, around the date in which Mr. Matthews just asked you about, were you assigned specifically to the major case division that handled homicides and vehicular homicides or cases involving death?
Yes.
Okay. And in your time working in the capacity that you've described to us now on 1, 2, 3 occasions, have you had cases with phone records and no video surveillance?
Yes.
And Mr. Steele asked you a number of questions concerning video surveillance and the McDonald's. Remember all those questions?
Yes.
Do you have any idea if the video cameras at that McDonald's were even operable back in January of 2015?
I don't know.
And Mr. Steele asked you on cross about what Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland had indicated about who did or didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors who did Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland both say were involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas? Do you recall?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
Diamante Kendrick, Shannon Stillwell, Demise McMullen, and Justin Cobb.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Any recross?
Not on behalf of this board.
Anybody? All right. Thank you, Mr. Sprinkle. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Underwood to the stand.
Okay.
And remember Dennis on Thursday being yeeted? In comes Detective Underwood, if I remember correctly. The gang expert number 4, who magically can testify identically to what Mr. Dennis did.
Kimberly Underwood, Kimberly Underwood.
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I'm actually a recaptured employee, meaning that I retired after 31 years of service. And they called me back, or they let me come back as a contractor with the gang unit because I spent the majority of my career.
He came back as a contractor with the gang unit. And why is that? Well, because people quit. And allegedly, some were yeeted because of corruption. And all of a sudden, they had to ask other people to come back.
Here in the gang unit.
Okay. And how long have you been back under the recapture program?
I'm in my second year, so almost 2 years.
And yes, she worked in the gang unit when the corrupt cops did as well. Alleged corrupt cops on the take. She saw it happen. I don't know if she reported it or not. If she didn't, I consider her a part of it.
And tell the jury a little about what you do now, back in the recapture program, and then when you were at APD before retirement.
Okay, now they brought me back because I'm a senior investigator. I'm an instructor. They wanted me to really kind of mentor the younger investigators. I also teach at the police academy, so the recruits have to take a 4-hour class for me before they hit the streets about gang identification, gang awareness, gang investigations, and so forth. I also assist background and recruitment. We have to screen our applicants because we do have gang members that try to get employment, try to infiltrate the Atlanta Police Department. So I assist with the screening of them. Whenever an investigator have like a warrant or paperwork that they're not sure about, they'll bring them in. I can proofread it or kind of help them with their cases. Before that, like I said, I spent 14 years before I retired in the gang unit. Prior to that, I was in licensing permits as an investigator. I was Zone 3 CID as an investigator. I did most of my career in Zone 3. So I've had, like I said, 31 years of experience with the police department.
And do you hold any degrees or certifications pertaining to law enforcement?
Yes, I have a degree from Columbia Southern University in criminal justice administration. I got my associates in criminal justice from Georgia Military College. I have over 2,000 hours in law enforcement training, and I still go to training even though I'm retired. I have over 1,000 hours, maybe hundreds of hours in gang training, because even though I'm retired, I still go to trainings and meetings and stuff like that to stay up on the gang trends.
And are you a member of any law enforcement organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of Georgia Investigators Association, Georgia Gang Investigation Association.
Is that short GGIA?
Yes.
And you spoke briefly about presentations. Have you ever made presentations on law enforcement topics to any professional organizations?
Yes. Back when I first started teaching, which was back in 2011, I used to do a lot of the Atlanta public schools because I was a resource officer as well.
So she taught this generation of gang experts. She did, okay, apparently.
At Atlanta Public Schools. So I would teach the administrators on what to look for when it came to gangs in schools. I would do block captains in neighborhoods. I would go to City Hall and the block captains would come in and I would kind of give them a gang presentation on what to look for in their neighborhoods. I've done grading EMS. Whenever they go to calls, they like to know what they're getting into when they're dealing with victims, whether they're gang members or whether there's going to be like retaliation while they're trying to triage a patient or whatever. I've done the military. I've done Atlanta Fire Department. They also want classes about gangs because they're EMTs as well. They have to do first, they're first responders, so they like to know what they're looking for as well.
I'm having a hard time with the smacking of the lip smacking. Oh God.
Fire cadets. It's a list of different, groups that I've talked to about gangs.
And if you could tell the jury about, I think you said you had about over 1,000 hours of.
Maybe close to 1,000 hours. It's over 100. I know it's hundreds of hours of gang. I can't tell you exactly. I did probably submit my training from like at my daughter maybe, but it's hundreds of hours of gang training.
Give just a synopsis of some of the courses that you take as a part of 100 hours of training, over hundreds of hours of training.
Well, I started out when I first started the gang unit. I had no idea about gangs, even though I grew up here in the city of Atlanta where we really didn't have gangs. I say, but I started off in California. I went to California, did some gang training. It was mostly like gang awareness.
I need you to slow down for me, just a little.
I'm sorry.
Slow down. Okay.
Gang awareness, gang identification, interviews and interrogations of gang members, courtroom testimony, training. So anything that was pretty much dealing with gangs, I have been trained or either have trained people.
Outside of formal training, have you had the occasion?
How is that formal training? Are there any paperwork, or were you just sent off, hey, go to California and talk to their gang unit? Well, California gang unit isn't much to hang in a Christmas tree either. They have severe gang issues in California. This is like a circular argument. Oh, I was trained by them. And they were trained by other incompetent fools.
To, in your personal experience as a investigator, speak with, interview individuals who identify as part of gangs?
Yes, pretty much my whole career as a gang investigator, I've done that.
And you talked about some of your trainings, talking about the national gang trends. Are those some of the topics that you learned as part of your gang training?
Yes.
Have you had the occasion to study gang trends here in Georgia?
Yes.
Over your 14 years working in the gang unit at APD, can you provide an estimate of how many gangs you have investigated?
Whenever I started the gang unit, we had a bunch of hybrids, like non-traditional gangs. So counting the.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. There's no such thing as a hybrid gang. You're either a criminal enterprise, as according to law, or you're not. The hybrid seems to be, we need something to argue in court that makes it sound better.
It was over 100.
And over the course of 14 years, how many times have you come in contact with individuals who identify as gang members or who are identified as gang members?
I would come in contact with them daily because that was a part of my, I guess, duties as a gang investigator. But like I said, I did work for the Atlanta public school system where I came in contact with them there as well.
Can you even give a number of approximately how many gang members you have investigated or interviewed?
Over the years, I would say hundreds.
And as a gang investigator, did you have your own caseload?
I did. I have had caseloads, but what I did like about working in the gang unit that we did joint investigations. So most of our larger investigations are either, like the smash and grab burglaries or robberies or whatever. We would work as a team or as a group on cases.
Have you ever been a part of sharing information and intelligence with law enforcement, other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we actually, like I said, the GGIA meetings, we meet with other agencies from all over the state of Georgia. I've gone to Cobb and assisted on cases, Clayton, DeKalb, I've testified in DeKalb to assist them. So yes, we do information sharing. I actually have a meeting next week with the Atlanta Public Schools and all the other schools in the metro. We get together and share information about gang trends.
And do you stay current on gang trends, including rivalries, alliances, customs, and habits?
Yes.
In the experience and training that you've just described, have you developed familiarity with criminal street gangs, their activities, customs, and behaviors, both across the United States and Georgia?
Yes.
Have you received any training on how gangs use music to promote allegiances within their gang?
Yes.
I'm going to object. There's been no downward finding on that. I'm objecting to that. No question.
That's overruled at this point.
Have you received any training on how gangs use music to promote violence?
Yes.
What about how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs?
Yes.
What about how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness within their gang?
Yes.
And what about how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
Yes.
Have you ever been qualified as a gang expert here in the state of Georgia?
Yes, in Fulton County Superior in federal court, because I left out the part about me being a task force officer for 6 years while I was doing my time at the gang unit from 2013 to 2020. Federal court, DeKalb County Superior Court.
And you said you were a federal task officer for what agency?
For ATF.
And what were some of your responsibilities as an ATF task officer when you were assigned to that unit?
My responsibilities over there was to mainly focus on the VROs, the violent repeat offenders, who, when I went over there, I really didn't want to go over there, but when I went over there, I was told by my superiors that I could still work gang. I had been in gangs and I wanted to do gangs. So when I went to ATF, I was told that I can actually focus on the violent gang members. So when I was at ATF, that's what I did. All of my suspects that I came across were violent repeat offender that were actually gang members. We kept up with NIBIN, where I actually went to training to learn about NIBIN and how we were able to match crime scenes with just the casings or firearms that we recovered. The caseloads that we did get were kind of like adopted cases from the police departments around the metro that we worked.
You're right. It's time to say, like, attend investigator Kim Underwood as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal gang activity.
You may.
There was no prior notice that this was a Daubert hearing. No prior notice. Giving the defense no time to prepare. Nothing. And it was done again in front of a fucking jury. This is so bad. So bad.
Yes.
Sidebar counter 308. Yeah, this is horrible. Without notice. Now, they did know that she was a part of these 5 gang experts that the prosecution might use. But primarily, she was supposed to be there as a fact witness, not as an expert witness. So this, again, was a complete surprise for the defense. They told the judge on this sidebar, saw it on X via Doug Weinstein. This is not okay. They are not supposed to be able to do this. It should have been done pre-trial or not at all. And now she's going to be used both as a fact witness and as an expert witness, allowing her to bolster her own testimony. This pisses me off to all the degrees. All the degrees. Yeah. How is she allowed to be both? Because Georgia law and Georgia statutes apparently allows gang experts to switch between being fact witnesses and expert witnesses during direct examination. I have no idea why. I hope to everything that's holy that SCOTUS brings one of these issues up. Because if they don't, this needs to be stopped, folks. This is self-bolstering. And in Georgia, that's allowed. Trial by ambush. And it took some time for them to get back here. And I think they took a break. Yeah. Or no. And they approached again, making it sidebar counter 309.
Familiar with, as a part of the gang unit with APD, were you familiar with a gang YSL?
Yes.
And does YSL go by any specific names?
Young Slime Life. I've heard Young Stoner Life.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Young Slime Life?
I'm familiar with YSL. What happened was I've been in, like I said, the gang unit since 2009.
I'm going to object to Rodney's next question.
All right. Let me ask you this. Was there an iteration of YSL prior to the name YSL?
Yes.
And what was that gang called?
Rock Crew.
All right. First question, more or less, as an expert, and she lies. We know she lies because for being Rock Crew, you had to be raised on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta. You couldn't be a part of it if you weren't raised on Cleveland. That group was gone. It became obsolete. They were gone. And then some of the people who were Rock Crew doing music and stuff joined in on the YSL stuff because music.
And were you familiar with Rock Crew?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with Rock Crew?
From gang investigations while I was an investigator in the gang unit.
Virtual argument.
And about around what year or time was there a transition from Rock Crew into YSL?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm going to object. Cumulative.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with another gang, YFN If Gang?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that gang?
They are Inglewood Family Bloods. YFN is a subset of the Inglewood Family Bloods.
And based on your knowledge of gangs, did those two gangs have a rivalry?
Yes.
Jack, that made 704. No, juries can figure that out. We don't need expert testimony.
Overruled. And can you please use your mic? It'll make it easier. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Wish it weren't the case in here that this sounds so complicated, but it is.
And just approximately how long has that rivalry been in place?
Asked and answered cumulative.
Sustained.
Have you heard of the term gang war?
Yes.
And how have you heard of that term gang war?
Objection, relevance, and it's self-explanatory.
Sustained. I mean, not relevance, but it is self-explanatory.
As part of the gang unit, were you familiar with the facts of the Donovan Thomas murder and the retaliatory shooting surrounding Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Donovan Thomas murder and the retaliatory shooting surrounding Donovan Thomas's murder?
I was assigned to ATF as a task force officer. So operation planners is actually a federal name that we gave the investigation. So whenever Donovan Thomas was murdered, the gang war ensued and several shootings around the city. So APD and ATF came together to investigate those shootings and to try to stop the gang war.
And were you involved in any of those investigations?
Yes.
How were you involved in those investigations?
Like I said, I was a task force officer with ATF. What happened was we all got together, the gang unit at APD and special agents at ATF. We all got together and we would meet like weekly about the shootings because they were rapid and happening so much that we had to do something. So we all used to get together and we kind of divided up the cases between different officers, investigators, agents, or whatever to, like I said, try to stop the gang war.
And did you have any particular focus for you as a part of that kind of collaborative effort?
Yes, because I was a federal agent. I was tasked with handling anybody that was a federal target, meaning that if they could go to federal court opposed to state court, I was involved in those cases because I was a federal task force officer. So I could prosecute a case federally when my partners over at AP.
How could you prosecute a federal case? Even as an assigned agent, you can't actually prosecute. You can charge, but not prosecute, to my knowledge at least.
They couldn't because they were not task force officers.
And as a federal task force officer, did you find that you were involved with more of the YSL side of the gang war or the YFN side of the gang war?
I'm going to object to characterization.
Sustained.
Okay. What were the two entities that were engaged in this gang war?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection to characterization.
It's been asked and answered cumulative.
Sustained.
In preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to review some of the reports that came in back in 2015?
Yes.
Have you also had an opportunity to review some of the
What reports? Gaithers? Thorpe's? Dennis? The shredded ones?
operation planners report that summarized some of the incidents that occurred in 2015?
Yes.
Have you also had the occasion to review a video from Magic City?
Yes.
And we'll speak about this more, but have you reviewed any type of music in this case in order for your preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Reviewed music. Oh, for frick's sake. Remember how Detective Dennis, the yeeted, discredited Detective Dennis, how he was so essential for their case, and no, they just got the next one, prepared her, and now doing it all over again, as if she had the exact position as Detective Dennis had, which she don't. She don't.
Based on your review of the reports and your knowledge of the events in 2015, in your opinion, was there a gang war going on in the city of Atlanta?
I'm clearly going to object to cumulative 704B, and this is the fourth gang expert that the state has called the same exact events.
All right. Well, one of them was all of yesterday's testimony from that person was excluded.
Yeah, but he been there a few times before plus 2 others who has also been there before. This is a circle jerk of bolstering of each other's supposed expertise. Remember, they worked together. They trained each other. They are equally incompetent.
So
I didn't mean to interrupt the honorable court. Actually, that person testified 3 previous times.
I know, and that was not excluded. In I would imagine, why don't y'all approach?
Sidebar counter 310. This is self-bolstering within a group where we know some of the people in that gang unit allegedly was on the take. They all probably knew. Who knows? They turned a blind eye, and now they are self-bolstering each other's testimony. And Judge Whittaker, you weren't here for the first 7 months. You haven't heard how they repeatedly bolster each other's testimony, and now they are doing it again. Goes back to what Mr. Harvey said when Judge Whittaker took over. There's no way she can make proper rulings since she don't know what was going on before.
Your Honor, I believe I may have failed to do this, or if I did, I'll just do it again. Your Honor, this time.
Oh, I just realized this witness, she coming up to 2 years as a contract hire, which is which should take her to October of 2022, when just before that. Yeah, I mean, this was after they arrested them. She have had 2 years to be a trained witness. And of course, as a contracted gang unit member, she makes a lot more than the regular cops on there.
Say would like to tender Investigator Underwood as an expert in criminal street gang activities and an understanding of gang culture and how music can be a part of gang culture.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you.
What an absolute horse shit decision. What an absolute horse shit decision. Absolute horse shit. Absolute horse shit. No, it's not horse shit, because horse shit can be used as manure. This is so bad.
I maintain my previous objection.
Yes, of course.
Now I want to go specifically, Detective Underwood, to the week leading up to Donovan Thomas's death. Okay. From the review of the records, do you recall Donovan Thomas being killed on January 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Right. I want to go back to that week, earlier in that week. Are you aware of, through your own personal knowledge of what was occurring in 2015, a fight at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And who was involved in that fight in Club Crucial?
Kenneth Copeland and Kevin Watts.
After that fight at Club Crucial, did you become, and I'm going to ask just very specifically, about a shooting outside of Club Crucial?
Yes.
Right. And on that same day, Mr. Arnold being stopped by police along with another individual?
Yes.
After that incident on January 6th, were you aware of any other incidents that occurred that week of 2015 before Donovan Thomas's murder, or the killing of Donovan Thomas?
I can't think of offhand except for think over at a what they call it, it was a gambling spot in Zone 3 where a windshield was damaged And words were, I guess, exchanged or had about the windshield being damaged between rival gang members.
What about a shooting at TIG Studios?
Yes.
Now, after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., in your opinion, based upon your understanding of what occurred in 2015 from reports and your own parts of your investigation, after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, was there a main target of individuals associated with YFN or IF gang?
I don't understand the question.
Sure, sorry. Did they have someone that they were targeting, individuals who were associated with IF gang and YFN after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Vague with they and also.
Sustained.
Sure. After Donovan Thomas's murder, was there an individual who was targeted?
Yes.
God bless you.
Speculation calls for speculation of the intent of others.
Sustained. You may rephrase.
Sure. Based on, let me ask you this. After the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., did law enforcement receive information about shootings at several homes after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, we received several 911 calls and incident reports were made at these locations.
Okay. And in evaluating and looking at those locations, were those locations associated with a particular individual?
Yes.
Who?
Kenneth Copeland.
And the homes that were targeted, that were in relation with Kenneth Copeland, do you know where those homes were located?
One was on Van Ira. I think I remember Deshaun Copeland's girlfriend. That was her mother's house. I remember his sister's house was targeted on Oakland over in Zone 4. And his brother's house was targeted on Hendricks Drive in Zone 3.
And did those particular shootings happen within the first few days after Donovan Thomas was killed?
Yes.
Now, in January of 2015, were there any shootings that came into the Atlanta Police Department in which the locations involved individuals who were associated with YFN?
Yes.
What were those locations?
I remember Rayshawn Bennett, aka Lucci's mother's home being shot over on Hill Street in Zone 3.
I'm going to object to previous testimony already given. It's cumulative.
Okay, go ahead and get to whatever point there is.
How many times was her home shot?
Twice.
Same objection.
Okay.
I'm going to ask her about the first time. Were there individuals from YFN who were at the location when police, because that's going to form what I have to ask next.
Same objection.
Yeah, this is part of what occurred yesterday.
Go ahead. I'll give you some latitude.
Thank you.
No, I can't. I can't. Especially, oh, for frick's sake. That. Again, whenever they bring up that thing, this is what I see. This is what I see. It Let's get this cross instead. Because, yeah.
Great. Okay. So that needs to be done today for the whole week. And did y'all say?
It's disagreement on the.
Oh.
I mean, I don't.
Okay, there wasn't a cross-examination today?
Need to consult on some scheduling first, so don't leave before you get the show up time for Monday. Remember, don't talk to anybody about the case.
I will object to foundation. There's no foundation for this issue of this exhibit.
How are you aware of the incident that occurred in Magic City?
I was aware because it was YSL member that was jumped inside of the club, and so.
Okay, I think we're gonna break for the day. We'll sort this out. And I know that somebody needed to leave early today anyway, so it seems like a good place to stop.
Yeah. remember because of I did cover Sledge's revocation hearing on Friday.
64, 65, and 66. I don't know that the motion to reconsider through motions in limine 64, 65, and 66. I don't know that the motion to reconsider is really going to, I think it might be mooted. Well, to the extent I'm.
Yeah, the motion to reconsider might be mooted because, Judge, you allowed this witness to just take his place and testify to the exact same things, including what others have testified to way back when. How was then this a sanction when they just pulled another supposed gang expert out of their ass?
Going to need to entertain that. We'll have to deal with that as well. So I don't know that we can do that in 30 minutes. Do y'all think so? All of those things? I mean, maybe, but instead of having them show up at 9 and not reach them until 9:30 or 10.
Your Honor, 64, 65, 66.
What?
I just don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, I don't know. They're the last 3 motions in limine that Mr. Steele filed that we never reached because we've been in court all day. I mean, all week. Oh, yes, thanks. But you don't know what time to be back either, but they'll let you know. Sorry. And I'm going to get y'all's responses sometime today. They're due today.
With that, saying that the motion was moot because, they had another witness expert. As Vicky Hatt says, so she's pretty much admitted it doesn't really matter. As long as the state says, this is an expert because this and this is this, judge allows it, and they can testify to exactly what another one would do. Do you know what that is? That is cumulative, Your Honor. That is textbook cumulative. Then it means it would only take one gang expert to testify about everything if everybody has the same credential. If everybody was involved in all of this, then it would be enough with one. Then a sanction would matter. Now it's just a paper tiger.
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, they will as well.
I was going to update the court in terms of scheduling Monday. Me and Ms. D. Williams have been talking extensively about the remaining objections for Act 79 through 81.
Okay.
We're going to speak again after court today.
Okay.
There may be a very brief disagreement on the remainder,
Okay.
but we expect it would be quite brief and similar to the arguments that we've discussed previously. I just wanted to.
All right, well, great. Then that could be something we can finalize.
Yes, Your Honor.
Monday morning. I'm just going to tell them 9:30 and tell y'all 8:30. And I think we can get through those things in an hour, but I don't think we could get through them in a half an hour. Okay. Laura, do you mind letting them know that? What?
Okay. Your Honor, I would just humbly ask that if the state could provide us with an updated roadmap of what witnesses.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
supposed to be doing that. And did y'all say you had already emailed it?
No, not yet, Your Honor. We will email that today.
Thank you.
Is this
For next week?
We'll definitely have, I think, from Monday, and we're trying to just confirm some other things, but we'll definitely have the witnesses from Monday.
Okay, so it needs to be for next week, and some of them are, we're not sure about this person, then just put a little note, we're not sure about this person, or it may be this group, if not, it's going to be that group, okay? But that needs to be done today for the whole week. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll see everybody at 8:30 on Monday.
You said today 11:59 is okay?
I didn't actually give y'all a time, but, I mean, yeah. I'm sure that for the witness list, everybody would like it before then. For the responses, 11:59 is fine if y'all don't have them ready yet.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a, all right, so we're adjourned for the day. For the
Oh. Okay.
Was
Okay.
everything that.
Yeah, and I already covered Munktunk's revocation, probation revocation hearing, where it is clear to me that he The only chance for Mungtung to get away from that was to fire his lawyer and then throw him under the bus, because Mr. Sledge relied 110% on his attorney, and his attorney gave him horrible advice, horse shit advice, but he followed his lawyer's lead. Now, I do believe that Judge Whittaker did what she could. That is why he only get a 5-year revocation of his probation. And out of that, with the discussion we had with Sedi Nash yesterday, probably 27 months, 25 to 27 months in prison, and then he's back on probation. But according to his plea deal, he can be recalled as a witness. And then the state will have his plea deal, his testimony, and just throw him back. Yeah. Adela, I agree. I hope the defense finds something on this witness to destroy her credibility on Monday, and files something against Judge allowing her testimony after sanction to Detective Dennis BSS. Yeah. But, folks, 37 gifted memberships and a £2 super chat. Thank you guys so much. I think we all have deserved a final Wheel of Regrets. Dun 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 dun. It's a whiskey shot. It is a whiskey shot. Yeah, that sounds okay to me. Now, you know, I bought this in the United States, and this is actually quite good. Let's just say I like jugs. It's even the tequila tastes good. This is Platte Valley 100% straight corn whiskey. I need to find more of this. And see if I can order it over here. Where can I? Can I? Dun, dun, dun. Whiskey Deutschland for 30 euros. Yeah. Oh, customer review 2.9 out of 5. I actually enjoy this. It is not bad. I mean, it's not on my top 10 list, but it is definitely not bad. Oh no, a whiskey shot. How terrible. Oh, I'm going to regret this. Everybody, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to do this, trying to translate this cluster F of a trial. Thank you, guys. And hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? And I will see you all back here Monday for another recap. Thank you, guys. See you. Cheers. All right. See ya. Bye-bye.
In the court now where time stood still, Generations pass on the hill, prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption, split tight as a vice.